At 8 under par, Sergio Garcia leads by 1 from Daniel Brooks, who's just about done enough to keep his card for next year. Joost Luiten in third, Jimmy Donaldson and Scott Jamieson are 3 behind Garcia. Welcome to the final round of the Andalucia Valderrama Masters in Soto Grande. So will it be Sergio's day? Will it be his 32nd victory worldwide and his 6th here in Spain? Well, he'll certainly be doing so in beautiful conditions. It's sunny, it's warm, just a gentle breeze at the moment, and that's the prediction for the rest of this final day here in southern Spain. Good to have you with us wherever you are around the world. Hopefully there's some very special golf coming up for you. There's the course. Famously tough, par 71, and the greens are quick, 12 feet 6 on the stimp meter. On social media, always good to hear from you on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram and all the rest. It's hashtag AVM 2017. So the leaders have either just begun the final round or are just about to, and Daniel Brooks, the 30-year-old Englishman, has only had one top 20 all year, had resigned himself to going back to the qualifying school before this week. He's suddenly in a share of the lead. A birdie at the second for the Londoner, and he moves to 8 under par alongside Sergio Garcia. And here is Garcia, opened up with 2 par 4s. Jimmy Donaldson dropped a shot at the second. Luiten and Jamieson both opening up with pars. Tony Johnston alongside me for this first session of play. Couldn't ask for better conditions. Good crowds here. Should be a fun day, I think, Tony.
I think you're right, Dukes, and I think it's sort of in this man's hands. He's playing well. He's confident. Says he's being very patient. 173 meters, flag back left, and on board, but about a club short.
You know, it's like, I don't want to kill it and fly it up, you know?
I think it's going to be a gradual build-up for Sergio today. He'll box cleverly, take his chances when he can.
Daniel Brooks shot a splendid 64 yesterday. He reckoned that it was possibly the best round of his life, and it may well have been, certainly best this week. And given the pressure that Brooks is under, as is Jimmy Donaldson and Ricardo Gouveia, they've just about done enough to keep their card, but they can't afford a bad day today. Looking a little bit further down the leaderboard, as always at Valderrama, not very many players are under par. It's a tough old golf course. If you're in the cork trees off the tee, then you're almost certainly going to drop a shot or have to hole a big putt to make your par. There you are, just 23 players under par well into the final round. Danny Willett at the bottom, who's had such an awful season, has definitely shown signs this week of getting back to the old Willett form. Now remember that it's the top 101 on the race to Dubai who will keep their card, but in addition there's an access list, and that's for players who didn't get into 2 of the 4 majors or the WGCs, and that's a secondary method of keeping the card. That's the current top 10 in the access list. Chris Paisley, who's missed the cut, Mikko Ilonen missed the cut, but they're at the top. And as you can see, Jimmy Donaldson and Ricardo Gouveia have climbed into the top 10. Ashley Chesters and Ashun Wu separated by less than 100 points. So it's pretty close down at the bottom end, and we'll try and keep you up to date. We have a team of arithmetical wizards with banks of calculators and computers, all scratching their heads and looking just as puzzled as the rest of us. Julian Tutt is out enjoying the sunshine.
And hot sunshine at that. Good afternoon. Another day of glorious blue skies. Very variable wind at the moment. Just light and almost irrelevant at this stage. Hot day. Greens up at 12.5 on the stimp meters, same as they were yesterday, and they're quite speedy. Garcia with a gently downhill right to left putt. He was a little bit unlucky with his birdie putt on the previous hole. Just hit a little spike mark or bump or something that took the pace off what was otherwise going to be a birdie.
Left wrist still strapped up, suffering a little from tendonitis, which hopefully won't flare up into anything more serious.
Joost Luiten moving quickly behind him there to have a little look-see. Just a good safe putt. Amazing, most of the guys this week we've seen putting in slow-mo, the ball skids for the first 18 inches, then starts turning over with a bit of topspin. That started almost immediately off the putter, going over end.
It was a beautiful roll, Tony. Never left the surface.
Except that it did. That's always the baffling thing, isn't it? It looks to have run so smoothly and never does. Not surprising it, Luiten in his national colours, the Oranje of the Netherlands.
Started it higher. Well, learnt his lesson quite well. Jamie Donaldson with his third shot at the par 5 fourth. Flag on the bottom tier today for the first time this week, and that's the most common method of attack today. Hit it into that back slope. They all know it'll come down pretty much pin high.
Brooks has got a pretty good chance of getting back-to-back birdie here, also downhill, right to left.
Tentative.
I wonder what Daniel's mindset is today, Tony. Does he attack, which he did yesterday? He said he went for every pin and try to win the tournament. Or does he play a little bit defensively and make sure that he gets his card back?
I think at this point in time, card is prime concern, but you know what, if you win the tournament, you're definitely going to get a nice exemption with it. So he says aggression is the way to go on this course. I'm not convinced it's always the way to go. You can shoot 63 or 64, but you start getting in the wrong places with these trees and lots of problems ahead. Sergio, straightforward little putt for his par.
Big galleries today. Not just the local Spaniards, but a lot of tourists and a lot of expats who make their home here in southern Spain. Playing on 3 balls today, a little disappointingly, but this time of the year then there's not too much light. It doesn't get light till pretty late on in the morning. So tournament officials playing it a little bit safe. We might need a playoff, remember, so ensure there is enough light left.
Wade Ormsby, like a lot of groups today, no birdies in this group in the first 3 holes. They're all sneaky, tricky holes, but a lot of them have opened their account on this par 5 fourth.
Wade, 37-year-old from Adelaide. 3 top 10s this season. Let's leave him to ponder the putt as we go to the elevated 4th tee. And Daniel Brooks.
Swinging it well. Mark James and I went and watched him swish a few away on the range this morning, and it looked very good. Gentle little fade. He was hitting right out the middle of the sweet spot every time.
Ormsby ready to putt. Never won on the European Tour. And he's been second just once back in the 2007 season. Tied for second in the New Zealand Open. A 6-way tie for second behind Nathan Green, who won that year 10 years ago.
Yes, Latin going with the driver from the raised fourth, although I doubt very much if he has it in mind to go for the green in two. I suppose he might give himself that option. Same following wind as yesterday. It's the Levanta. If Garcia gets a good one away, he will certainly have the option of going for it. I seem to remember when they did that team contest that he put his second shot into the water when they had 4 players trying to play the hole as quickly as possible. Losing out to France.
And if you haven't seen it, it's still worth looking at on YouTube, Jules, isn't it?
It's great. I don't think it could be done any quicker. It was about 35 seconds they played it, wasn't it?
Yeah, just players running flat out. It was great fun. Three good drives. Garcia the longest of the three.
Yeah, I think he played this pretty much within himself. He didn't really go after it, but he's still going to be tempted. It's chased on. He'll think about it. Donaldson. Similar line to Ormsby. Needs to hit it a foot harder though. So close.
Robert Rock had a disappointing day yesterday. Started the day just one off the lead, slipped back down the leaderboard a little, but still very much in contention, especially if he holds this one. Already has a couple of birdies on the card after dropping a shot at the first, so Rock on 3 under.
Last to go in this group. Scott Jameson down the hill. It's quick and... Whew. This is the problem when the greens get to 12.6 on the stump. Fast enough on flat greens. These are pretty undulating and slopey, and you can get very defensive very quickly.
Final round of the Andalucia Valderrama Masters, hosted by the Sergio Garcia Foundation, and Garcia tied for the lead with Daniel Brooks. No major movements so far early on by the leaders. In fact, just that one bogey from Jamie Donaldson in the last 2 groups. Aaron Rai, the young Englishman who got immediate promotion from the Challenge Tour back in mid-season after winning 3 times, and great things are being predicted for Aaron. Sebastian Soderberg of Sweden going well, and quite a number of players a couple under. If you're involved in the European Tour's free daily fantasy game powered by Play On, then you'll have chosen your 7 players for today. Sergio Garcia, I'm sure, will be in a lot of people's list. Daniel Brooks, Jamie Donaldson. Sergio 2 wins already this season. Both Daniel and Jamie battling to keep their cards. All the details on EuropeanTour.com. Fifth tee then, and Jameson, like Loughton, in his national colours, blue and white.
That's perfect. There's just no need to try and bully this hole. This fifth. Short par 4. Up ahead at the green. Green split from front to back by quite a steep little tier, and Lowry on the wrong side of it. Good putt. Sadly, that was for a par, so shot gone for Shane. 2 birdies and 2 drop shots today so far in 5 holes. Sergio, 216 meters left. Wow. Will he? Won't he?
Hour 4 to reach the track.
Obviously laying up. Loughton.
It's not a question that Garcia will go for it.
Yes, you like this
Garcia,
just left of the track, eh? Yeah, good.
Loughton laid up a bit too far right here, right over on the right-hand side of the fairway, and ended up hitting a really superb pitch in just over the water. He'd rather be coming in from much further left, I fancy. He's hit it to a similar spot.
Yeah, that's not a great angle, is it?
Well, obviously trusts his pitching.
Jules, not a question will or not a question won't, Sergio? Will have a go.
Oh, he will have a go. I'll eat my new Tilly hat if he doesn't.
Oh, I hope there's a camera in range.
Well, I haven't got it yet, so it doesn't matter. Be ordering online. Daniel Brooks. Be interesting to see if he looks for the same place or if he tries to go further left. More obvious approach from further left.
Yeah, bit of a better angle. I mean, you've got that backstop behind the flag, so it's not quite as tough as it looked.
Well, maybe he's not going for it. Well, I'm amazed. That Tilly hat is going to have a short life.
Yeah, I've got a bit of ketchup. It'll add to the flavour a little bit. Yeah. A swing that really has not changed much over the years. Incredibly still and steady head, and yeah, he could comfortably have got there easily, but maybe just the risk. I think with that pin particularly, he can use the backstop and get it close with his wedge play. How you see it in a particular moment. Jameson got to get this up on the same level as the flag, and that is not. Ooh, and that's a long way short, so he's going to be putting diagonally up that ridge. That's going to be tough to read.
Anders Hansen on the par 3-6, 47 now. Anders, 3-time winner on the European Tour, but unless he wins today, he's indicating this will be his last event on the European Tour. Sure, he'll re-emerge to play some seniors golf. Still a fine player, as he's proved this week. Inside the top 10.
Donaldson finding the bunker up the left. It's a bad mistake. There's so much room right of this bunker. But if you come up with that, does it matter? Not really. Beautifully played.
Down the hill to the par 3 from Shane Lowry. Oh.
Disappointing. 143 meters with almost no wind in that little valley. Poor shot from Shane.
Final 3 ball on the 4th.
Loughton's a bit closer today than he was yesterday. He's got a 58 metre 63 yard shot, but as Tony says, he's got that backstop behind him. But if he's going to use that, he's got to go well right at the flag, which I suppose brings the water in a bit more. Or he could look just to go at the flag a little bit beyond it and spin it back. He can certainly get some spin from here. He appears to be, from where I'm standing, aiming right, so maybe he is trying to use that backstop. Garcia was very keen to see how that reacted. He walked right up to the edge of the green to see exactly what the ball was going to do. It was pinpoint execution from Loughton. He didn't have to be much further to stay up on the top deck.
45, 50.
Slightly easier shot, I think, for Garcia, although not just because it's a bit closer, but because he's got a slightly better angle at it. His choice. Be very interesting to see what he does here, whether he uses the backstop or just drops it more down by the flag.
Oh, this is going to be brilliant.
Didn't want too much spin on that and played it absolutely perfectly. Controlled stuff from Sergio Garcia.
He's got so many different options with those shots. He's absolute genius the way he plays them. Just sent that one scuttling in a bit low. I said it wouldn't have too much spin on it. Brooks has observed the masterclass. His turn to try and repeat it. He duffed it. Great duff.
Yeah, that is absolutely not what he was trying to do. Quite nice when you fat one and it comes up 8 feet from the flag. That'll be a little bonus. Oh, this is such a tough putt to read for Scotty Jameson. Well, he had the line right.
It was always likely he was going to come up short, wasn't he? Trying to play it up and over the ridge diagonally. Tough one. Should make his par though. As we go to Beef. Andrew Johnston at the 8th, and in he goes. Not the defending champion, but the winner we last at a tournament at Valderrama, the Spanish Open last year. Obviously likes the course. He's on the leaderboard again.
Jamie Donaldson. Birdie putt. It's a strange putt, that. When you stand there, yeah, absolutely. It looks like it should go left or right, goes exactly the opposite way. Optical illusion.
Ricardo Gouveia of Portugal birdied the opening hole and has followed it up with 5 pars. There's Beef Johnston alongside Matt Wallace at 1 under.
Well, I really don't think there's very much break for Loudon here. The whole lie of the land says, if anything, it should go fractionally right to left. I wouldn't have thought it's outside the hole.
From our angle, didn't look like it went right. It looked like he just gave it a tiny bit too much out that side. I think you can convince yourself of anything when you miss putts. Could be the rotation of the earth. But
it's a very awkward green to read, because you've got the big slopes that suggest one thing, and then you've got all the shadows over it as well, which obfuscate a little bit more. And you'd think this should go a bit left to right. It was a magnificent duff. Be a nice birdie if he makes it.
Solid start though from Daniel. Amazing, only one top 20 all year. It was a good week, to be fair, tied for 6th in the Sandur Trophy in Morocco.
Garcia only had 229 yards to the front of the green with his second shot, so it really was within iron distance and probably a 4-iron. But he will be fully justified if he makes this birdie putt.
beautiful. It's the sort of putt that can make or break Sergio's rounds. If he misses one or two of those early on, the confidence just evaporates. But he pops one or two in and he gets his tail in the air. You're going to struggle to catch it, boys. Par 3 6th. Ormsby. Difficult pin position. It was a lot worse. They relayed these greens last year. That used to be so steep. In years gone by, if you hit it there on a Sunday, you could almost not keep that putt on the green. It was, 13 on the stump. It was very slopey, and when you're on the tee and hit it there, you thought, oh no, I'm only 8 feet away, but this could be a good 4.
Front 9 has been modernised, as the club describes it. We'll start doing the back 9 after this tournament's over, as we watch Scott Jamieson. That figure there, 64th in the race by, is projected based on his position at the moment. He's actually 80th, but looking to try to get into the top 60 to play in the Tour Championship, but it won't help missing greens.
There's a very specific point, really. You want to be on the fairway, standing high on the 5th tee, coming back into the breeze, and it's probably just left of centre. Have a nice angle at the flag where it is today. Maybe just middle of the fairway as it doglegs round to the left.
And that is a good place to be, as Julian said. Centre to left half. Donaldson. After watching Jamieson miss it left. Whew. Creeps up, and I tell you, that's probably the best putt he could have on that green. Straight up the slope, pretty much.
The 5th is all about accuracy, length really, not crucial at all. Obviously, if you can get further up with the wood, then as long as it's straight, it's an advantage.
Wow, he is sticking to his game plan of aggression.
It's in the top spot now. These sort of 5-wood equivalent hybrid. He'll have to start it just on the inside of the left-hand bunker, probably the way he normally hits it, with a little fade here. Just a freshening wind, very slightly. It's still only minor in his face.
Final round of the Andalucia Valderrama Masters, and Sergio Garcia, the tournament host, moves into a one-shot lead after that birdie at the 4th. Aaron Rai now 4 under for the round through 12. Sebastian Soderberg and Adrian Otaegi also. Otaegi, of course, the winner of the Paul Lawrie match play tournament a couple of months back in Germany. Beat Marcel Siem in the final. Chris Hansen going well, and Ashley Chester's doing his chances of keeping his card no harm at all.
Scott Jameson, well, all the way down the slope. Oh, it's a lovely touch. Makes up for the tee shot.
He's played those little shots very well this week, actually. Played a lot of nice little chips around the green.
It's been made so much easier, Doogie, when they relayed the greens. They've relayed the areas sort of 10 yards around the greens and taken out the Bermuda and put in, you know, a bit more rye and stuff, which is a lot easier to play out of. Last year, and the guys were in that long Bermuda and it's sinking down to the roots, and it's, I mean, it's just a hit and hope half the time. I think it's fairer.
Looks like a fairly dramatic statistic, but there have only been 2 Andalucia Masters. '10 and 2011, Graham McDowell in 2010, and Sergio Garcia in 2011. So if you like, Sergio is the defending champion, even though it was 6 years ago. Oh, Jimmy. Gave himself a really good chance there with a tee shot. That was a very makeable putt for the Welshman, but it's just a par, and he'll remain 1 over after the bogey at the 2nd. Stay patient.
Pablo Larrazabal, birdie putt at 9. He's just dropped 3 shots in the last 4 holes. Look at his par there, but he's going to be out in 1 over after a good start. Birdied 1 and 3. Exactly what you need at Valderrama. Gave it back.
He was left a surprisingly long way back here for his second shot into the 5th.
Right, another 10 past it.
Correct.
136. Yep.
135 metres, 148 yards to the flag, which is just on the upper level on the left side. Not the end of the world if he misses it to the right here on the lower level. He'd have an uphill putt. It wouldn't be that difficult. Probably better there than missing it left and perhaps catching a overhanging branch or ending up in the bunker there.
Go, go, go.
8-iron it was for Joost, as we saw, and a beautifully played 8-iron too. First birdie of the round coming up for the Dutchman.
Garcia with 112 metres, 122 yards. That might be a little bit too far for his sand iron, because he wouldn't want this spinning a lot unless he hits it very hard and well beyond the flag. I thought he'd be looking more just to hit a nice soft one in to get it to sit down, rather than have lots of zip on it. Yeah, very soft.
Oh, yeah, he knew it was a fraction too far right.
Six birdies in the card yesterday, Sergio, but 3 bogeys as well. And it's that kind of course, very hard to get round it without making a mistake somewhere.
89 metres left for Brooks. Looked to be a very soft rehearsal. I wonder if that's what he intends, because he can get a lot of spin here playing this into the wind. He could land this quite a long way beyond the flag and spin it back. I think he's going for a softer option though.
Perfect strike, right idea, just a little bit too steamy. Bit of adrenaline maybe.
Ricardo Gouveia of Portugal, this to save par at 7. He was in trouble off the tee, and it's not an easy putt. Up and round, and it's not coming back for him, so that's going to be a drop shot for Ricardo, his first of the round. Again, barring an absolute disaster today, he's okay, back on tour next year. Chris Hansen's going well, this though to save par at 9. Yes, well done, the Yorkshireman. Out in 32, 3 under par. Birdies at 2, 6 and 8. And inside the top 10.
Robert Rock trying to get to 3 under par. Oh. Dear, oh dear. You only need 1 or 2 of those ran past the hole and you'll get defensive very quickly. Start lagging the next 3 or 4. It's almost a guarantee.
Sergio with not a significantly more difficult putt than it might have been, but does just have that little ridge to come up. Makes the pace maybe a bit more difficult. Left to right putt for the birdie.
Said in his post-round interview yesterday that he was very pleased with his patience, and it looked that way. When he made mistakes, he was just shrugging it off and almost no reaction, just getting on with the job. And that's what you need around Valderrama. If you let it get under your skin, you're going to be on a fast back pedal.
And he had a short fuse for a long time, Sergio. Daniel Brooks.
With a putt that I'm a bit confused about. I hope he's not. You first look at it, you think it's right to left, but I have a sneaky feeling it's left to right. It probably means there's very little in it. first look was right.
Made more birdies than anyone else in the field this week, by some margin.
Gouveia. Bogey for him at 7. Back to even for the day.
Stand still, please. Thank you.
Yeah, Diggy, as you say about Brooks, more birdies because he's 16 over par for the drop shot. Bogeys and doubles. That's a lot. But Loudon can fire this straight into the back of the hole for the birdie.
That was his driving that was worrying him yesterday. Felt that he struggled off the tee. Short game's been pretty good all week.
Shouldn't pose a problem for Garcia. Look pretty secure on the shorties this week, Sergio. Claw grip out the window, back to orthodox. It's working.
Beautiful afternoon here in southern Spain, the Costa del Sol, the Sun Coast. Some wonderful golf courses in this part of the world. Very popular golf tourism destination. And this the highest rated of them all, Valderrama.
Flat, please. Thank you.
Wide Ormsby. 9th season on tour. He's been 8 times to the qualifying school, and 5 of those times were successful. He got his car. That's pretty good. Time for me to take a break, I think, and welcome to the box for the first time this final afternoon, Mark James.
Thanks, Doogie. Well, all 3 in this final group -1. It's a bit boring, to be honest. Expected a bit of excitement. Tutty, what can you bring us?
I would do my very best to bring you some intense excitement. The boys don't want to get excited. They're trying to stay very calm and loose, working in slow motion. Loudon had an 8-iron out. I presume he's switching to a 9. Oh, a false presumption. He's gone to a 7. That's amazing.
That last hole he hit an 8-iron, 148 yards, 135 metres, which surprised me. He must be a bit shorter than the others.
Yeah, well, maybe he's just playing very much within himself at the moment. He's definitely shorter anyway, but that seems very short. I'm amazed he's hitting 7-iron here, because it's 156 yards play, 6 yards downhill. There is a bit of breeze hurting off the right.
Yeah, he hit it pretty easy, didn't he? For sure. But absolutely perfectly, great shot.
I'd have thought Sergio would be thinking more like a 9-iron. There's just a bit more wind blowing up at this instant into them. Glenn, who's normally very good at giving clubs, is studiously looking at the ground.
Is that a good sign or bad? Will do, in striking range.
been very impressive performance so far from Brooks. He seems to be very much in the zone, so hard as we know, following up a very low score. But this means so much to him. Been aggressive.
Yeah, that's also okay. Staying down very well through the ball. When you get tens, there's such a temptation for the head to come up and chase it with your eyes. He's doing the right things, Daniel Brooks.
Looked very smart, Sergio, didn't he, on the range? Immaculately dressed.
Yeah, he's always well turned out, isn't he? Everything matching. Even the toe of the shoes is matching.
Yeah, that is above and beyond. These are the projected standings for the race to Dubai, and no changes in position there. There'll be little arrows if they're shifting. Garcia remaining at second, but moving closer to Tommy Fleetwood, who's having a week off. But I think we'll have little arrows if anything's happening. Nothing happening on that page either. Top 60 make the final tournament, the DP World Championship, and that for a lot of the players will be the target. That's the first change. Lara Thabel moving above Graham Storm, and Joost Luiten, currently 54th in the list, projected to move up to 40th if he remains in his current position. The big action today really is almost at the bottom of the list. People losing, gaining cards and popping in and out of the access list, which is extremely complicated and changing almost on a minute by minute basis. Sander Lombard has just birdied 17 and he's currently 10th in the access list. That'll give him enough to go past certainly one player, and we won't know exactly what's happened in that list until the end of play, probably. Certainly in a couple of hours' time. All these guys shuffling around a little. And their Lassie Jensen is not the last exempt person, but 101 gets in this year. I think it's Tanihara to come out, so James Morrison in that 101st spot. But if he doesn't make top 101, he would actually get in from the access list because he's got a lot of access list points. So it's, as you can tell, it's difficult. Chris Paisley will get in from the access list for certain.
I'm so glad you're in there, Mark.
I was starting to get a bit confused. We just stopped those lists in time.
Left to righter, really good birdie chance there for Brooks. It's best part of 20 feet away, but it's one he'll fancy.
Ricardo over into 8. Clever play, using the long, slow slope behind the hole to pull it back.
Well, Garcia's just had a great read on this one. It's funny there how often you see somebody else and it doesn't help you. Still got to get the pace right. Sergio.
Well, after being shown the line, it's a fairly abysmal effort, that.
He doesn't bolt putts though, does he, ever? He really just lags them up and they go in, they go in. The rest of his game is good enough. Oh, beautifully played from Robert Rock.
I read Loughton's putters a little left-right as well. He looks like he's aiming pretty straight. I think it's just outside left.
That's where he hit it, and in it goes. Great 2 for Loughton. He moves to 8 under.
Spaniard.
So the final 3 ball, Garcia 9, Brooks and Loughton 8, and they've moved clear of Jameson on -5.
Oh dear, Jamie Donaldson pulled his tee shot, got problems here. He's got a gap. Trying to give it the low ripper between the trees and chase it up there. That's nicely played. A lot of green to work with. Chance to bump and run one up there. Well done.
Gouveia for his birdie on 8.
Scott Jameson playing alongside Jamie Donaldson.
That was a long swing, that was longer than some of his swings. I'm not sure what happened there. Yeah, that was totally different. No idea what would cause you to suddenly swing a foot longer.
Oh, lovely birdie for Robert Rock. Driver off the tee to just short of the end of the fairway. If he hadn't have made 3, I would have said strange choice for that front flag. Because you could hit that pitch 50 times, you'd never get it closer than he just did there. So percentages against it.
Slightly off the left.
Correct. Yep.
This is one hole where you're very happy to find the fairway. Thick cork trees coming in from the left and bunkers with cork trees in them on the right. Long par 4. Typically, Loughton would start at left half and try and bring it back to the middle.
Arrow straight from Loughton, almost no movement on that, according to the shot tracker.
He actually looked as though he tried to draw it a little bit.
This 7th hole caused a lot of problems. A good few double bogeys, averaging, as we saw on the graphic, 4.39. Well, that's pretty high for a par 4.
Yeah, there's a bit of breeze hurting.
Still the Levante.
I think it's the Levante, yeah. Garcia, normally with his driver, he gets a very penetrating flight, gets a bit more run than most, and certainly the fairways are firming up now.
Well, not his best. That looked a bit bottomy or heely. A lot of cut on that. Lost the flight a bit, but okay-ish.
Stand, please.
Must be a really interesting psychological approach to a round like this when you've been battling away all year and suddenly it comes down to this few hours on a lovely sunny Sunday afternoon in Spain. Brooks coping well so far.
Yeah, I think you're right, Tutty. It's strange territory for him recently. I mean, he has won before, Madeira in 2014, but it's a distant memory right now. And that's too far right. He needs to get lucky in the... I don't think he has.
Donaldson, good recovery out the trees. Could use just about any club on this chip. Whatever he chose. It was pretty good, wasn't it? Pablo Larrazabal. Birdie putt at 10. He was out in 36, 1 over. Oh my goodness. I think it might have been halfway to the next tee if it hadn't have gone in. What was that?
That was genuine laughter, wasn't it? After a wide second shot from Jameson, chipping uphill and almost. Shows no emotion at all, Scott Jameson. He looks a bit bored.
Beef Johnston at the par 5 11th. Having a dig at the green. And, well, at least the flag is on the left side of the green. But look how narrow the green is. There's just not much to work with.
That might make the chip after the next one more difficult.
Yes. Jameson to save his par.
Green's at 12'6" on the Stimpy, but with the sun shining strongly, they are probably going to get a little quicker. I mean, the grass does grow, but this bent grass, creeping bent on these greens, tends to grow along the surface, not up too much. There's a little bit of grain on most of the greens, so they won't slow down with growth. They'll only quicken up with being dried out.
It's a sad 5 off. As good a tee shot as you're going to see down the 7th hole today. Always hurts a little more when you've hit a perfect drive and make 5 and your playing partner's hoiked it away into the trees and walks off with a 4. But it is a good one for Jamie Donaldson.
Jamie Donaldson there, currently tied 4th. If he finishes about 4th on his own or tied 4th with one other, he will move into the top 100 of the money list. So that's his target. He's not quite career exempt.
Take off a couple?
Yeah.
With this flag where it is on the 7th, right at the back on a little raised section, I think if you aim to fly it onto that, chances are you're going to go through, and there's a definite downside to that. I think you have to be aiming to land this short, and if you get it to just run up the slope onto that back level, it's a bonus. It's a very small area. Lawton quite well back. He's got 195 metres, 213 yards. Breeze off the left and hurting slightly.
No, Yost. Go. Get it all.
Get in the hole.
We just Just over the green.
Fool.
Not a very crisp sound coming off his irons for some reason at the moment. Brooks not troubled too much by the tree. He can get this round here, hit it low underneath the branches and get it running up there exactly the same distance.
Well, that's going to be a tester.
I didn't get anything like the cut that he needed. Sergio's got 181 metres, 198 yards to the flag. I think he'll probably go with the 6-iron. Doesn't have to smash it. Not much more than just a gentle stirring of the air at the moment from the left.
The wind.
Yeah. Teléfono, por favor.
Really isn't a major factor.
Nah, those trees are still moving left to right into, right? See them? That's good, big guy. Just trust it.
Has got a 6-iron. Try and hit this really high and get it to carry on to the back level. Certainly got it high.
Lovely strike from Garcia with very long iron below the hole. Very nicely done on this tough par 4. Not exactly teed up, but crunching down on it, power and compression. Balanced finish.
9th green. Robert Rock for birdie. Ooh. So quick down there, but when it's that fast, you don't want to leave yourself the quick second putt. Scott Jameson, the compass has just gone a little awry. And I agree with you, Jess. It just looks like he's getting a little bit longer. We noticed over the first couple of days he had a couple of tee shots that he lost way right, and it always looked like he just got a little longer in the backswing and couldn't quite get the hands back down on time with the body. I think that you spotted that on the last hole. I think you were exactly right. Well, we can just see the ball, but it's not easy to that front flag. You've got to get a good strike. Oh, wow. He thought it was long. It's perfect. It's a fine shot.
Not just certain at the moment who's going to go first. I think it probably Brooks is going to go first. He's got a slightly better lie than Loughton's, who's sitting down. But Loughton's got a bit more green to play with. And the danger for Brooks is if he comes out a bit hot, doesn't have to go much past the flag and it catches a downslope and races away.
Well, generally this week we've seen the club go through the grass a little better than expected.
You still think this is going to come up with quite a bit of topspin there, because it's gone down into the grass. It's got to sit quickly.
Yes, as you say, topspin and the club going through the grass better than expected, all adding up to a 40-footer back.
Donaldson on 8, tee shot very tight down the left. Must have flirted with the trees all the way down. It's ended up pretty well. He's pushed that a touch, but it's okay.
Yost has got the sort of lie he doesn't enjoy very much. Practicing to have one of those sort of really stabby type follow-throughs, not a full follow-through, but just making sure he accelerates through the ball. He's got plenty of green to work with, and he is chipping uphill.
Super chip. Not easy to gauge those. 9th green, Ricardo Gouveia. Down the hill. We saw Robert Rock leave it well short, and well, you can see how he managed to leave it short. That is just super fast down there.
Garcia might have been hoping to get a couple more yards, get onto the top level, but this is absolutely fine, really safe play, and it gives him half a chance for a birdie. Quite a steep level to come up, though. It's been a bit shy with a few of his putts.
And very shy there. Quite coy, in fact.
Well, money on Brooks dropping a shot here. This would be a miraculous par-saving putt. It's not steeply uphill, but the first bit of it is just got to go up a little ramp. Then it flattens out. He's actually on almost exactly the same line that Loudon chipped on, so he's got a little bit of a read from him.
Wow, how about that bad boy? What a fall from Brooks. That helps. Made a complete hash of the hole from start to finish. Right off the tee, left with the second, strong with the chip, ding dang do, in for 4. Job's a good one. Spectacular.
Sergio for par. Yes, very good. I think he's been as good from 4 feet and in this week as I think I've seen him any week in the last 5 or 6 years, along with Augusta, obviously.
I think you're absolutely right. He's had really good control of the pace round the hole. Donaldson. Oh, just a fraction high.
Pablo just rammed that putt in on 10 for a birdie. And that was pretty aggressive too, just a little low, but some work left to do.
This would be some birdie from out of the clag on the right. Well, they're all hitting quite good putts from that side, but none of them seem to be going in. As we admire the beautiful cork trees, Garcia by 1.
Lutton with his utility club on the 8th. Wind helping a bit. This means he's got to go down the right half of centre here to avoid being blocked out by the trees. Hole just kinks slightly right to left. Stand on the tee, the cork trees make this look very narrow.
I think there's a good reason it looks narrow.
Yeah. And not only is it narrow, but the camber is the wrong way for the shape of hole. But Sergio...
Again. First round he took the driver and smashed it into the trees way right, made bogey. Bogeyed in the second round. Finally made a birdie yesterday, hasn't had a par on here yet. But with the flag right on the front of the green, just 3 in from the left, 6 on. All area over the corner of the corks on the left-hand side. Would leave him a real field shot in.
He's trying to get it in the front bunker. It's 320 odd to the front. He said earlier.
There's not getting much help from that.
No, it's a small target, isn't it?
Can't see why he wouldn't just hit it up to the...
I think you're right. It's not as if he's a bad wedge player, is it? Daniel Brooks. Ooh, maybe a fraction out. Not quite the squat position, is it? Just a fraction up.
Soren Kelsen. Happy to be here at 6 weeks out. Nicely holed for birdie. 3 of those weeks unexpected. Went to the movies with the family and couldn't get out the chair at the end of it. Back completely seized up. So going well.
Very nice 3 out in 1 under for Anders Hansen.
The Danes are on fire.
The Great Danes are on the move. Garcia leads from Brooks and Loughton. There's a big gap to Donaldson and Jameson, who are struggling a little today. Robert Rock better than yesterday. And Ortegi, I watched him the other day. We saw him tee off, didn't we, Tony? My goodness, his swing looks solid. A winner this year at the Paul Lawrie match play, I think, if memory serves. And players, some players struggling, others doing well, but this course, a really good test. Ashley Chester's a great round. This is under severe pressure. He's currently 1 away from access list exemption, and he needs this finish. I think if he finishes top 40 or so, he will keep his card for next year from that list. So great performance from Chester today. Scrivener is in that list. He's fine. But Ben Evans, his current position, I'd say he's 2 shots away from getting his card for next year. So tough times for Ben. Seems to just come up short last year and this year. Lassie Jensen, I think he's about 99 on the list. He should stay in the top 101, and James Morrison there as well should just remain. But with Gouveia playing well, he's the real spanner in the works. We see Brooks and Garcia in the trees. I don't know how Brooks is lying, but I know a man who does.
It's not bad. He's just about okay. If he wants to flirt with the few overhanging twigs, he can get it close. If he wants to be really safe, he'll go well right at the flag. He's got a chance, though.
Oh boy, that's the biggest flyer of the week, I think. About a millisecond after impact,
Cool.
he shouted for.
Bad mistake, though, wasn't it?
Well, that came out very low. He must have thinned it, didn't he?
Oh, we couldn't tell that. You're probably right, Tutty. It did seem to rock it a bit.
I'm slightly obscured from the strike by the trees, but it was a very odd strike and it came out very low.
Yeah, flyers would tend to go a little higher.
London's perfect here. I don't know why you just wouldn't do this every time. He's got a backstop if he wants to use it, or just drop it by the flag. I think you'd be tempted with this one to try and land it beyond and spin it back a bit. 105 yards, 96 metres.
Yeah, it should come back from about 12, 14 feet past this pin.
He did that yesterday too for the back flag. He spun it all the way back off the front left.
Might not be that easy, that little chip he's got. The grass against him.
No, he's not renowned as a great chipper. What has Sergio got, Tutty?
Well, he's got to get his trajectory absolutely spot on here. Get the top of the parabola just before it gets to the tree that's overhanging the green. I think just try and maybe bump it into the bank above the bunker. Very cute. Got it completely wrong.
It looked as though he might have thinned that as well.
Jess, I'm completely with Julian. I mean, it's a 3-iron and a little wedge for Sergio this hole, and he keeps insisting on bombing the driver. Drop shots, great drop shot on day 1. Scrambled a drop shot on day 2. Birdie yesterday, struggling today. Let's have a look at this strike. It looked all right. I just got the flight wrong, I think. Hard to tell.
I think it must have been a misstrike because he was a long way out. He was trying to hit it much higher than that. Daniel Brooks will be the next to try and negotiate this extremely difficult hole. Difficult if you don't use your brains, anyway. This green is beginning to look really quite glassy, and there's a ridge that runs across the middle of it, so once it goes over that, it's going to be running downhill to the hole. Left to right. Needs a lot of feel here. Would be very easy to chip this off the front of the green. It's got a very lofty club.
Settle down. That's a pretty good shot from where he was. Well, old. Just starting to look a little fragile.
Look, Garcia's got very little green to work with. He's an absolute master out of the sand, but he's a long way below the green here. Has to get it up quite quickly. Very soft landing.
That was majestic. Didn't look the greatest lie. Absolutely beautiful shot from Garcia. That was of the very highest order.
It's the sort of hole, if you'd made a spelling mistake at school, they'd make you write it out 500 times. If that hole was a spelling contest, you'd make Sergio play that hole 500 times with a 3-iron. Pablo. Always fun to watch. Down the hill. To the par 3 12th. Terrific shot.
Let's have a little look at Danny Willett. He's got to number 11, and today he started bogey, got it back to level, so it's good effort from Danny. And that's another, so he's 1 under now for the day. Climbed into the top 15. So things looking up for Danny.
Yeah, every department's looking better, isn't it? His swing's looking better, the putting's looking better, and Loudon, as expected, with a fiddly little chip, elected to go with a putter. Don't blame him. I think even a decent chipper would have found that a little awkward. Scott Jameson. I don't think he can go at the flag here, can he? No. Bunkers are tough enough without trees growing in them. Can he do it again? No, not this time. Hold a big one for par at the last. Couple of errors creeping in here now. A lot of pressure on the young man, though. Hopefully he can gather himself.
Yeah, he's currently second, but he's 4 shots ahead of 4th, and he needs a top 4 to get into the top 100 of the money list. So things are still very fluid with all these lists. It's almost impossible to assess.
Garcia hoping to make his first par on here, and I think the advice from Glenn Murray is it's dead straight downhill.
As you said, Tony, great control of pace on line on these short putts. That was beautifully trickled in, wasn't it?
Yeah, and we know, we're not making up stories here. Over the years, Sergio has had a fragility with the putter. He misses one of those and the confidence just absolutely dives. It submerges. He keeps popping them in, and you feel the boys are going to struggle to catch him. Little tap in for Yost. Still tied second. Jameson up the green, left to right. Oh, wow. It's a nice sandy. Eventually.
That was brilliant. Had to play away from the hole and then knocked in a 25-footer. Magnificent. Peter Hansen at 10. Out in 1 over. This for a birdie. That moves him up into 12th position, and he needs to finish top 9 or so to get into the top 100 of the list. So an awful lot going on. In fact, so much that these guys won't know which way is up either, which might be a good thing for them. Just play.
There's going to be some fragile and shattered nerves at the end of this day. So much at stake for so many players.
A logjam for 12th. Andy Sullivan with a good 67. We're looking back down 9. Tutty's there.
Yeah, and with this headwind, Loudon, who's not long anyway, really hasn't got the power to drive it into where the fairway narrows. There's plenty of room out to the left. It's where he went yesterday, actually. It's really quite a wide bit of fairway there. Left half gives you a nice line at the flag.
Very close into this tee, aren't they, Jules? The public, it's such a narrow shoot.
A lot of people here today too, lining the fairway.
It's amazing how many tees from these players just lean forward after impact. I don't know if that means anything, but...
Well, in the old days, and going back quite a long way, they always used to say that was the perfect drive, wasn't it? If you left the tee in the ground and it just leant forward. I remember watching Ernie Els doing that time and again on the range years ago. They tend to jump up in the air more now, don't they?
I was told that if the tee jumped backwards, it was a good shot.
He'd obviously frightened it.
Well, Sergio's not had to do anything spectacular to remain in the lead. Just 1 under through 8 holes.
He's hit a pretty sweet drive there.
He certainly has.
I think the whole the way it narrows, if you have that distance, it probably does make it a bit easier to find the fairway to start it. Left edge and just fade it a little. Breeze is blowing into and left to right.
A rip snorter from Brooks, so that's good after his bogey. Back on track with that one. And all 3 players in decent shape.
Soren Kjeldsen on the 11th for birdie. Had a long spell out, part of it through injury. So he'll be delighted to have played pretty well this week on his way back. Hasn't played since his home tournament made in Denmark. No, he's not going to mark it, is he?
Can't believe he couldn't knock it in with some part of the head of the putter. I mean, knock it in with your shoe, couldn't you?
I think that's probably against the rules of golf, but
Wow,
I'll check.
you're a picky devil.
Hansen for birdie at 10. Well done, Anders. And he's climbed into the top 4. Part-time player. Back-to-back birdies. He's still got it, the old boy.
Retirement is on hold.
That's how it looks. Final round here in Valderrama. Garcia by 1 from Loughton. Brooks in 3rd. Anders Hansen joins Jimmy Donaldson and Scott Jamieson, but nobody doing very much of the last couple of groups. Adrian Otahegi going well, Aaron Rai going well, and Soren Kjeldsen into the top 10. Danny Willett heading for his best finish since February. That was in Malaysia, his only top 30 of the season.
Yes, really encouraging from Willett, and he looks in a sort of mentally in a much better place, without wishing to sound like a psychiatrist.
No, you've been saying it since you first saw him on Thursday, Mark, that you reckon his swing looks a lot better and he looks better. Andy Sullivan, 67 today. Nice finish for Sully. Renato Paratori, a 68. Jason Scrivener, a 69. Scrivener in the group whose future is not confirmed, but I think he's going to be all right. He's high enough up the access list. Quite a number of players. All they really had to do was make the cut here and then not shoot 85, 86 at the weekend, which I think he's going to manage to do all right. Martin Kaymer coming back with a 70, but again 30th place for the two-time major champion. Just not been his year. Now Xander Lombard is one of the players right on the cusp. He's shot 70, he's finished 4 over par, he's in 40th place, or tied 40th. Is that going to be enough? Wu Ashun's lower down. I think Xander needed to finish ahead of Wu Ashun, didn't he? So
Yeah, and he hasn't, so yeah, I think
no,
Lombard.
He has.
Yeah, in the tournament.
Ah, right, yeah.
I don't think in the access list, I might be wrong.
Back to the calculators. Poor Oliver Wilson on the leaderboard after 2 rounds. He's just had a horrific weekend. Dose of reality too for young Connor Syme of Scotland. 3rd tournament as a pro, 12th and 15th in the first 2, but back of the field in the 3rd. Still made the cut. Very promising indications for the young Scot as he heads off to the qualifying school.
Yes.
And there's where the final 3 are on the 9th fairway.
60 short, or is that too much? No, just under there. Just under that? So it's just left over there? Yeah, anything. I mean, if you... Anything just right about bunker. It's only 3 foot away, not 3 2.
Ladden's got a nice long line at this flag over on the right hand side. He's got to be very careful though not to miss it right or indeed long. Could leave himself a very awkward little chip there. He's going to be looking probably just short of flag high and a bit left of it. .152 metres. I think he needs a 8-iron at least here with this breeze slightly hurting and off the left.
Looked a lovely flight. He switched hands with the club and he loves it, and quite right. You can tell when he's hit a beauty. He sort of stands to attention, club at his side and ready to salute.
It's definitely a birdie chance when you've hit a good drive, as all 3 of them have. Coming in with a pretty short iron. Green's as soft as this.
Don't look too happy, Daniel. A little bit wide. Next couple of holes are going to be pretty important. It's beginning to develop into a 3-horse race.
I think Garcia might prefer a 9-iron here. He's got 143 yards, 131 metres, but he doesn't want to be hitting it too hard, especially with the wind as it is. Just wants a really nice smooth one, and it may be a 9, I'm not sure.
Just toppled over to the apron, which will mean easier to get it rolling towards the hole than out of a bit of rough, but not a particularly accurate wedge on for line.
Jamie Donaldson, one of the 3 players on 4 under who are really going to have to make a couple of birdies to try and get into the mix. Yeah, nicely played, Jamie. 42 on Thursday. Wow. last Thursday that was.
Peter Hansen, we've got 3 Hansens going on here. Chris Hansen, Peter Hansen, Anders Hansen. None of them related. That was well played off that short stuff there. Not nice.
Jameson now at 10. Still looking for his first birdie of the round. And it's not going to be any easier on the back 9. That's good though. Back 9 playing about a shot and a half harder than the front 9 today. Youngsters and future golfers, hopefully. The tournament host leading by 1. Joost Luiten will certainly be moving to 9 under, you would think, after that terrific approach.
Don't think Garcia is going to play. He's just practicing how he's going to do it with a 3-wood. Brooks really disappointingly a long way away. Shouldn't be a problem for his par, but birdie's a bonus. I think this should move right to left at the hole.
He helped that on its way a little bit, but good pace.
Sergio is
Garcia
inhibited
using
a
his
little bit.
3-wood nestling up against, or 3 or 5, I'm not sure, nestling up against the collar. Very slightly uphill to start with, not over to clean the ball, not that it's got much mud on it. We'll move a little bit left to right.
Not often you hold a 3-wood.
A little smile exchange there between Sergio and Caddy Glenn Murray. That was brilliantly done. Not a putting stroke, just a rap really, wasn't it, with a wooden club or the metal club. Great technique, great accuracy. Look at this. That might be a very significant hole out in the story of this final round, because Loughton's got a very short one to move to 9 under, but of course Sergio has just moved to 10 to keep his nose in front.
Brooks has tapped in to get his marker out of Joost Loughton's way. And well done, lovely free from Loughton. So Garcia 10, Loughton 9.
Ahead at the 10th, Scott Jameson still looking for that first birdie. Is it going to come here at 10? There's your answer. 4th on his own now at 5 under.
This is the 14th, Nino Bertasio, out in a couple under, made another birdie at 10, so currently in 9th position at -2. And a real chance here. Oh, this pin only on 4. 12 of the pins within 12 feet of the edge of the greens as well, so the tour officials really have gone nasty big time. Well done, Jamie Donaldson. That's a good 3 for him as well.
Donaldson, like Jameson, making his first birdie of the day at 10, and they're now tied 4th at 5 under, 5 behind Garcia. Sergio's reaction to holding his 3rd shot at 10. Don't know whether you call it a putt or not. Certainly wasn't hit with a putter.
Be a chip in on the stats. He missed the green. Peter Hansen for his birdie. We saw the chip, beautifully played. That was quite a short backswing. Seemed to want to try to do it all on the follow through, so no birdie for him.
Player has suffered badly with injuries, or did for quite a while after playing in a couple of Ryder Cups. There we are, 1985, that's when Valderrama was opened. There was originally a course here from the mid-70s, Los Aves, which became renamed as Soto Grande New.
Well, it's a helping breeze as they stand on the raised 10th tee, looking at a dogleg right. And the ideal shot here is about 270 yards. At the corner of the dogleg, try and get a flat lie there before it tipples over onto the down slope. Twice now, Loughton has gone right. Once in the water yesterday, he was literally inches away from the hazard line. Think he might go a bit left today?
That's what I'm thinking. If you're standing up the left, be ready to duck. He's just got his utility today. I think that's less than he's hit. He's leaning as though it's gone right again. I think he's clubbed down more today.
It's just long iron for Garcia. Actually, where Loughton is not bad. He's on a bit of an upslope there. He won't mind that too much. He'd probably rather be a little bit further up the fairway and a bit more in the middle of the fairway. Don't want to go too long. There's a bunker where you run out on the edge of the dogleg at 280 yards. Brooks, I think, with some sort of driving iron. This should be one of the easier tee shots on the course, really.
Perfectly fine for Brooks. Now back to Anders Hansen, 3rd at the 11th. Just birdies at 9 and 10. That was an impressive noise. I don't think we had sound effects, do we, Doogie? To add to the excitement.
Someone hiding behind a cork tree. Reminder of the projected standings on the race to Dubai. No positional changes, but Sergio, if he hangs on to win here, and it's still a big if, we'll move a little bit closer to Tommy Fleetwood at the top of the race to Dubai with some big tournaments, Tom, of course, Rolex Series events and the Tour Championship. All of these players have had a pretty good season. Jordan Smith there down at 19th, got his first win. I think he's a very talented young player. Patrick Reed of the USA, a European Tour member. Last year, of course, when he didn't play his minimum number of events, that's what saved Graham Storm's Tour card. And just a few weeks later, Stormy was a winner in the South African Open. Astonishing how quickly things can change. Bit of movement further down the top 60. Adrian Otaegi going well today, Soren Kjeldsen going well, both pretty safe inside the top 60 who play in the Tour Championship. Shane Lowry currently the man in 60th place. And if one or two don't play through their own choice, it doesn't go down to 61 or 62. You have to be in the top 60, so we could have a field of just 58 or 59 players if it works out that way. Scott Jameson still with a bit to do to get inside the top 60. Victor Dubuisson, who'll be off to his favourite tournament in Turkey in a couple of weeks. Nino Bertasio, top 10 last week in Italy and going pretty well here too, so he's up to 81. Wade Ormsby, as you can see, is now inside the top 90. He was outside the top 100 at the start of the tournament. Daniel Brooks is provisionally up to 97 and will save his card. And it's still James Morrison in last place of those who will keep their card. Jamie Donaldson at 102 is outside, but he's going to be good in the access list. Robert Carlson still has a year left on his 10-year exemption for being European #1 back in 2008. Chris Paisley, Ricardo Gouveia, both safe on the access list. Last roll of the dice for so many players in this tournament. They're not in China next week, or Turkey, South Africa, or Dubai, the last tournaments of the 2017 season.
Daniel Brick's been a bit unfortunate. He's found an old divot and the ball is right in the middle of it. It's not a sandfield one. With this Bermuda grass, everything gets cleared out. So he's sitting on firm ground. It's not the end of the world, but it certainly doesn't help. He's only got probably a wedge in his hand with a bit of helping breeze. 145 yards to a back flag. Trick here is to be able to get it onto that top level where the flag is and keep it there.
Looks as though he was off that a bit quick. That was a funny shot. Swing. Yeah, it's okay, but oh, a couple of poor iron shots at 9 and 10 for Daniel Brooks.
Yeah, I think Mark, in fairness, he was concerned about that lie. Had to try and beat down it, drive it forward a bit. Much easier for Garcia. 132 metres, trying to get it all the way up to the flag.
Safe shot, and that is the easiest putt from just there. Shouldn't be too much on it.
Yeah, flag only 3 in from the right. You really can't afford to be missing this right. And
Straight off the right.
Is it still helping a bit or not?
I think it's just across.
Just across? Yeah.
Lawton has got a hanging lie there.
Just a good one, eh?
It is, yep.
130 flat.
Good.
With the breeze across, so he's just got to be careful not to lose his right. I think the breeze is helping a bit, actually. They think it's just straight across.
Go high. Go.
There's a ridge short of the pin and it's the wrong side of it. So that will be a pretty tricky putt for Joost Luiten.
Par 5, 11th. Second shot for Scott Jamieson. Oh, he's hung on to it a bit.
Sure.
When it dived into the rough, that's going to be awkward. The angle is coming in. There's not a lot of green to work with. Sergio Garcia leads in Valderrama. 1 ahead of Luiten, 3 ahead of Brooks. Certainly beginning to look like a 3-horse race for the title. Unless Donaldson and Jamieson can do something special over the next couple of holes.
Yeah, well, personally, I'd have to say Luiten or Garcia. I think Brooks is looking a touch edgy.
Yeah, I'd agree, Mark.
I'm not surprised, to be honest. Playing for his career this afternoon.
Lovely feeling though. Mark Warren had it a month or so ago, pretty well resigned to going back to the Q school. You've sent in the entry forms, you've marked off the dates in your diary, and you're not very happy about it, but hey, it has to be done. And then suddenly you find the form which has been missing for most of the year. What a relief. Mark Warren now preparing for the Tour Championship rather than the Q school.
Absolutely, and I mean he's sort of gone from nowhere to, and now he's 5th in the Ryder Cup list and sort of thinking about a Ryder Cup debut. He must be sitting at home scratching his head sometimes.
And just become a dad again, just to complete all the good news in recent weeks.
And with his wife, hopefully.
So there were 2 of them involved.
Gets better and better.
Mark taking a week off this week because he's got those extra tournaments to play now, which he didn't think he would. Daniel Brooks has still got a bit of work to do, but I think he's pretty safe now. Joost Luiten. 4 sub-70 rounds last week in the Italian Open, but it was a low-scoring week in Monza, so that was only good enough for tied 32nd.
40-footer up the hill, and he's got that little knoll to come over that Mark mentioned that sent it spinning back down the green. Right to left, and once it gets over that, it probably actually goes very slightly downhill.
That's well judged, I think. Oh, that pulled up. Surprisingly.
Less than 3 feet away though.
Just thinking of the difference 4 sub-70 rounds would make here at Valderrama. 32nd last week. There's nobody with 3 sub-70 rounds in the first 3 rounds. 2 very different golf courses.
Wasn't Daniel Brooks' best second shot, but he can still make birdie here. It's not that far away. Flattish putt. It's going to move left to right. Not one I think you want to try and ram in, just dive this into the hole.
You should have mentioned it a few seconds earlier.
He is a bit of a rammer.
He's a bit all over at the moment, all over the place, Daniel Brooks. Just not quite in control of things. Poor second at 9, and then a poor lie, and not a good swing out of that lie. And just not in control, and it's not a great feeling at the best of times. Around Valderrama, it's even worse. Fiancée on the right, Angela. Dad on the left, muttering, with usual club in hand.
Are they not married now? I thought they got married.
Doogie's nodding. I think they must have got married.
Yes, I wasn't at the wedding, but no, they did.
Close personal friend of the Garcias, Doogie Donnelly.
He's got to be firm with this one. It's a great birdie chance coming in from left to right.
A wife, Angela, certainly enjoyed that one. Yeah, they're expecting their first child next March, and Sergio has just made back-to-back birdies to move to 11 under. He's beginning to look pretty good. Going to be changing club manufacturers as well, Sergio, after I think it's 14 years. So that'll be interesting for the start of the new year.
Who's he going to, do you know?
I don't know. A closely guarded secret. I'm sure negotiations are taking place. Well, maybe have taken place. Now Scott Jameson. Come on, turn. Oh, good putt. He holed a couple of big ones yesterday. And the short game has been good this week for Scott. That's back-to-back birdies.
Yeah, three putts in a row. What a run that is to ease your score along. Now Brooks, second putt at 10. This is crucial. Oh, well, it's gone in somehow. Wade Ormsby, I think, on the 11th green.
Even par today for the Aussies, so 7th at 3 under par. Just that one second place finish. Still looking for his first win in the European Tour. I think his best finish this year came in the co-sanctioned Fiji International Tournament. Made a top 5 there. Oh no.
This 11th fairway slopes down from the left down to the right, and Garcia's natural shape would take it that way, so ideally you'd be trying to hit a draw here to hold it into the bank. Either that or hiring a JCB and levelling out the fairway.
Trying to fade it, in fact, but he's hung on to it, so very straight up the left side. And he's got a decent lie by the looks of it. They should be able to have a cut at it from there.
Into and just hint it out of the left. You stand still,
Yes, if you're
please.
going to fade it, then you've got to start it right on the left edge of the fairway, or indeed in the rough.
Yeah, it was only one bounce away, really, wasn't it?
But even then, you can still end up done right on the right-hand side.
Yeah. Yeah, it's an almost unhittable fairway, really, isn't it?
It's where Loughton has been on previous days and hasn't done him any harm. Like yesterday, though, it's coming into the wind, so it's a much longer hole than when he made an albatross in the second round.
Not today.
Just a friendly Sunday afternoon 3-ball. Easiest hole on the course, the 11th.
Pretty easy, theoretically, to make par. You're really looking to make birdie. Not too many easy birdie opportunities around here.
Oh, that's miles right.
There's some deep bundu over there.
Oh,
Oh, he's just all right.
he hit the trees and popped down.
No, I think he actually just landed on the slope there. Didn't quite make it into the trees.
Well, he's reloading, Tutty, so don't head across the fairway yet.
No. He definitely landed in play. Whether it kicked into the trees, I don't think it did, because that Bermuda's pretty sticky stuff. He must have come right out of that, because he's way back.
He's sort of losing just the nice, comfortable transition between the backswing and the downswing, and when that gets quick, the whole swing gets quick. Just need a little time at the top to go from one to the other, and then your sort of synchronization and coordination falls into place.
Up on the green, birdie chance for Jamie Donaldson, which he takes. Really good week this for Jamie, and I don't just mean because it was his birthday. Birdie putt for Robert Rock at 12. Oh, well done, good putt. Doubled the 10th, but he's come straight back with birdies at 11 and 12. Still inside the top 10 there, so it's looking Garcia by 2 from Loughton. Daniel Brooks perhaps beginning to wobble just a little bit. Jimmy Donaldson and Scott Jamieson playing together, swapping birdies at the start of the back 9. Anders Hansen at 47, playing some really good golf. Adrian Otaegi having a very good final round, as is Aaron Rai. Even if Jimmy Donaldson had lost his card, you feel that he would still have played a pretty good schedule next year. He would have got a lot of tournament invites. I'm sure he's in the career money list. I don't think he's not in the career money list.
I think he might be just in, but these days you can use it 3 times. So
he wouldn't want to be using it this early, would he? Yeah.
Preferably not at age 42 now, because he'll certainly want to carry on to seniors and etc.
Jason Scrivener, 69, to get inside the top 30. And he should be okay on the access list, I think. Sorry if we're sounding less than absolutely certain, but it is a bit fluid, the situation. Xander Lombard, for example, 70 to finish 4 over, tied 37th. He needed to beat Ashun Wu with a little bit in hand, and he's beaten him, but not by, we suspect, enough to overtake him in the access list. Now back to Brooks at 11. And there it is. Well, we've found the ball.
The problem is if he decides to take a penalty drop from there, he's still got no shot to the green. He can just sort of bump it out sideways and forward short of the bunker, from where he probably would have a shot at the green. I don't think he can get enough power on it to get it over that bunker, which is 30 yards in front of him. This is where Sebi would be down on his knees.
But hopefully not building a stance with a towel under them. Remember he get caught for that a few years back?
No, no, it's not me. Drop it.
It was the Walrus, wasn't it?
Ah, I think you're
Juice,
right.
if you wanna carry on.
It wasn't Savvy. It was.
Yeah,
Phil Sadler.
carry on, yeah.
Seve was a real man. He wouldn't need a towel. He'd just take his trousers off if needs be. And
Well, Ludden hold a 4-iron in the second round. Hit 3 wood up there into the left bunker yesterday. Got 270 yards, 247 metres. It's uphill. It's into wind. Flags only on 17. It's a big hit to get it all the way up there. It's got 253 yards to the front. Uphill. Probably plays about 260 actually with the wind, maybe even a bit more than that. So it's a really good hit to get it on front of the green. And it's leaking right. By being up on the left bank, Garcia's got a little bit of height built in, but he's not got a great lie. With this Bermuda, you sometimes get quite patchy bits, and he's in the ball is sitting down a little bit with a raised bit of Bermuda behind it, so he'll get the 3 wood through it all right, but it's not ideal. He's looking to get plenty of height on it.
Hey.
He's got to catch it too to get it all the way out there. Hanging lie, it'll tend to drift off to the right.
probably have to chase it to green it, but as Tutty says, a hanging lie, so it's going to be cutting quite a lot, and from the left, very, very difficult to chase it and actually get the right line. It's going to be going across the front of the green. That's not too bad there. We can see the ball. Probably the easiest line to chip from. It's a pretty good attack on it. Relatively safe, making sure he got it out and up. And but Brooks now just a lay up and then a wedge, Tutty.
122.
Yes, taking a penalty drop. I think it's a shame. He obviously felt that he couldn't do enough with it to make it worthwhile the risk. I think other players may have tried to just whack it up there. All he can do now is just get it over the bunker back to the fairway. He's still going to have quite a big
Concentrating on that left side.
fourth shot. I haven't been down there and really seen it the way that he's going to have a look at it, whether he tries to hit quite a big fade and get it further up. Yeah, it looks to be aiming that way. Can't see him getting within wedge distance though. Just caught a branch too.
Bunker via the trees. To the tricky 16th. This would be a nice birdie for Nino Bertasio, and it's hit the back of the hole and stays out. Hoping to finish in spectacular fashion. Come on, turn. Oh, that's unlucky. The man with two gloves
That's unusual, isn't it? 2 gloves. Who's the American? Tommy, someone.
Yeah, Tommy Two Gloves.
Yeah.
I can't remember his surname. It's shocking. Tommy. All over the world, people are shouting at the television, but you and I can't remember his name.
Began with a G, gain something. Anyway.
Yeah.
Maybe just between clubs here. It's either a really good 8 or a smooth 7 for Brooks. 163 yards, 149 metres to the flag, and he wants to get it all the way up there on a raised spot. High part of the course this, so you feel the wind a bit more in the face. I think smooth 7 should be the club, really.
Well, Daniel Brooks having his problems at 11, and he really does need to settle down and just see out the tournament. Mark James is taking a break, and Tony Johnson's back with me, and he can tell us who Tommy Two Gloves is.
Tommy Gainey.
That's it. That was Scotty One Glove.
Good shot too. That was awkward. Robert Rock at the 13th. Birdie putt. Pity.
Third shot at the par 5 11th for Loudon in some fairly thick rough here. Does have the advantage that he's throwing it up into the wind, so I don't think it'll release too much if he gives it plenty of height. He's got it back in his stance though. Interesting way he played that.
Thought it would come after this, like.
Put it back in his stance as if he was trying to drive it forward. I think Garcia will hope to get a lot closer than that. He's not in such deep rough, but he's got quite a lot of grass around the ball as well. Such a magician with these.
That's a terrific little pitch. That hole is right up in the crest of a ridge. The first half of the green slopes towards the front, second half towards the back, and it's right on that ridge. So that is extremely well judged. Watch the acceleration. You'll never see Sergio decelerate on a chip or a pitch. And the length of shot is governed by the length of backswing, and that's why he's so good at it.
Jamie Donaldson bunkered at 12. Clattered off the trees into the greenside bunker. Plenty of green to work with though, not that difficult a bunker shot. You'd expect him to, ooh. Ooh.
Yeah, you'd expect him to do better than that. A lot better.
Fifth shot at the par 5 11th with an easy bunker shot really for Brooks. Should get it up and down from here without any trouble.
Yeah, that's well played, and he's got an uphill putt, but at this point the brain is turned into scrambled eggs, I think. Nicely played here. Fairly squarish face. A lot of guys will get the face a lot more open and the stance more open and the club path more across it, but it's a good shot.
Could be a big putt this for Ashley Chesters for his par at the last. Yes. I say that because he's right on the cusp of keeping his card on the access list. Good weekend for the Englishman. 69, 68. I think he's going to be okay. Sorry we can't be more definite, but it really is an ever-changing situation on the access list as players finish.
Quite a tough birdie putt for Loudon to make here, I think. Having gone over the ridge and down the other side, so it's uphill to start with, and then it comes onto the flat section, as Tony was describing, where the hole is.
Good effort. Whew. He's trying his best to stay with Garcia. He really is. Donaldson. Oh. I think that was him saying putt a little sarcastically.
Not a good time for Jamie to drop a shot. He's involved in a bit of a battle with Scott Jamieson for third, fourth, it would seem. Daniel Brooks drops only one at 11, but a hole that most players are looking to birdie. It's still disappointing, and he's now 5 behind Garcia and only 1 ahead of Donaldson and Jamieson.
This to go 3 clear. Who can stop Garcia now?
Yeah, 3 birdies in a row, Tony. It's looking very much like another Garcia triumph at Valderrama, just as it was the last time the tournament was held in 2011. Scott Jamieson, this for par, pretty good recovery, having missed the green, but he hasn't made the par putt, so like Jimmy Donaldson, his playing partner, he'll drop one, and they're on 5 under. Daniel Brooks keeping just ahead on 6 under, 3rd and 4th, or 3rd and tied 4th, and it certainly does seem now to be between 2 men to win the title, with Angela Garcia's husband a very big favourite.
I think it's actually between 1 man now, Doogie. I think the only one that can beat Sergio here now is Sergio, with some kind of weird self-implosion. If he just keeps doing what he's doing, well. But it is golf, we know that.
And there's some hard holes to come, particularly the closing stretch, as we all know. So strange things do happen at Valderrama. But Sergio looks thoroughly in control of himself and his game. 4 birdies in the card, no drops. Can't see it, can you? Good finish for Andy Sullivan and for Renato Paratori. Jason Scrivener, 69. Another man who looks pretty solid in the access list. Access list, remember, for players who weren't eligible to play in the World Golf Championship events, which count in the race to Dubai, so they were penalised by not getting a chance to play there. And in 2 of the 4 majors, not all 4, because you can qualify for 2 of the majors at the US Open and the Open, so you don't get any dispensation for not making it. So it's a secondary list, and there are 10 places available on that.
208 yards to the flag, 190 at the 12th, and it plays 8 yards downhill.
So 9 total?
Yeah.
So it would seem like a perfect 5-iron for Sergio. There is a bit of breeze in the face. Flag over on the slightly higher side on the right-hand side of the green, so you can just hit a 3 or 4 yard fade in from the centre of the green, that would be perfect. It is a 5-iron.
Hang on. Come on,
Looked like up the face of the first bunker. We're being told it's not plugged. Bonus.
208 yards down the hill at 12.
Even as Loudon stands on the tee, there's a bit more wind blowing up in his face.
normal one. Yeah.
It was a 5-iron for Sergio. I think it must be a 4 for Loudon. Yeah, that's a 4 for him.
Oh, come on.
This is when he needs to knock one in really close. Garcia's just opened the door a little, let a chink of light through. Put the squeeze on him.
A lot of hang time here.
Oh, leave it, Vin. No, leave it.
Followed Garcia into the same bunker. So the door opened slightly and Hughes banged his nose on it.
It's the trouble when you're on a high tee and you've got wind in the face. Big hang time, and any action on the ball will be exaggerated. Plenty of room left of the flag, but then it goes down onto a low level if you go too far left.
They're not learning very quickly here, are they?
Adrian Otaegi for a bogey at the 18th. Don't miss it. Don't finish with a double. Oh, that's a real shame after such a good day's work for the Spaniard. On the Paul Lorry match play at Bad Griesbach in Germany. It's still a 69, even with a double at the last. Shows how good his golf was before then. That's a little bit disappointing. He finishes at 1 under. And at the moment, that's good enough for 12th.
Julian Suri draining one all the way across the green at 13. That's a difficult putt he's made there.
Donaldson on the 13th, 156 metres left. And a pin which is on the right side. That's okay.
Yeah. No, that's all.
Scott Jameson. I don't think those trees ahead will be interfering. He's actually got a very good line into the flag, but just a case of how it comes out of the fluff. He was asking it to stay left, so presuming it's over there in that right-hand rough somewhere.
That's looking pretty good for Sergio Garcia in the final round of the Andalucia Valderrama Masters. Julia Suri, who's battling hard to make the top 60 to get into the Tour Championship. Good finish of the American. Ah, that's friendly. That's Daniel Brooks and I think Joost Luiten's balls, isn't it?
No, it's Garcia's.
Aha.
So Brooks would have rolled back onto Garcia's and nudged it back a bit. Personally, I've never seen that before in a bunker. Got to be pretty accurate. We're all waiting on a referee's arrival.
I think the ruling will be, I mean, whoever plays first is going to destroy the lie, and the ball will have to be replaced in the nearest similar lie.
Yeah, they can recreate the lie, can't they? So it can be raked after the first person's played.
Yep.
That'd be almost impossible to get the exact spot.
Well, a little bit of a wait at 12. That's nip ahead to 17. Padraig Harrington. And a long eagle chance for the Irishman.
He's had a horrible run. He's dropped 4 shots in the last 5 holes. All single drops. And that would have restored a semblance of decency to the card. But still not that bad. He's going to be 1 over for the day. 4 over total.
Yeah. So we just pick his up.
Yeah, pick yours up.
And just I play mine as it is.
Yeah, just be careful not to clean it, but you just pick yours up and hold it.
Yeah. And
If you can play, yeah.
We don't know if mine was farther forward or not.
I can check and see and find out. But come in, Andy.
Just the question really whether Garcia's ball was moved.
Yeah,
by
Andy. Daniel's ball's
Brooks's.
come back into the bunker. We don't know if it's moved Sergio's ball. There wasn't anything on TV, was there?
They're saying they didn't see it. They don't have enough information to see it.
Okay, so we just have to play.
They definitely
as
can't
is.
see it. Okay.
I think that's Andrew Snoddy of the European Tour, the referee.
I think we should make this tournament exciting again. Say Sergio's ball was plugged under the lip.
You're just an evil man. Ball settled into the sand ever so slightly, so he's going to find it hard to get too much backspin on it. I think he's got to play a bit of a chunk and run up here. Not too tough a shot though.
Go.
It just sounded like the sand was very soft and fluffy underneath that. Looked like he played it okay, and he knows what he's doing in the sand. He's got just a magnificent short game.
Scott Jameson is in the right-hand rough at 13. This is a part of the game that's been pretty good this week. It's a little long, but it's okay. Should make the putt.
And as Hansen up the hill to the 14th green. Flag right on the front. That's going to be tough. Over the other side of the ridge, hard left to right sloping green. We'll see what he can do with that.
Wade Ormsby playing with Jameson and Donaldson in the second last group. Come on. Oh, just made it. Only the second birdie of the round for the Aussie.
Well, Brooks has been able to tee this one up beautifully raked. And she's made not a great fist of that, really.
same sound, same result.
I think Daniel just needs to settle, Tony, doesn't he? Just to maybe pard his way in, that would be fine. He doesn't need to do anything dramatic, just settle down. And he'll have kept his card in the very last tournament of the season.
Loudon's got a lovely lie in the bunker. Not too much green to work with, but it shouldn't be much of a problem. It's not a deep bunker. Just throw the club underneath it, get it to pop up and come out softly. Soft landing.
Tends to get the ball back in his stance and take an awful lot of sand with his bunker shots. Doesn't usually get much spin on them. Pretty good.
Donaldson at 13. Chance to join Brooks at 6 under.
Come.
It didn't turn for him. Only 4 top 20s this year for Jamie. 7th at the Nordea was his best. Yeah, Anders Hansen, difficult one this at 14. Slowly over the hill, and then it should turn. It's pretty good from where he was.
Yeah, he was always a very, very good long-range putter. Always had excellent feel.
Really big par-saving putt for Daniel Brooks now, coming into a section of the course where things can unravel quite quickly.
Oh, that's fantastic. What a good time to do it. And you're right, dude. He just needs to, you know, maybe that will settle him. And he needs to just think his way home, plot his way around this golf course, get back home in level par, and job done. Come back, start again next year. Brand new season.
Yeah, huge putt there for Daniel. Knows he's not going to win the tournament. Just a case of playing his way in. He'll probably finish top 3 or 4, and that's plenty good enough to keep his card. Sergio Garcia, well, this is the first time he's been under a little bit of pressure for a while. 3 birdies in a row. Now he's putting for par. Oh, and he's missed it. Well, we were saying earlier, you very, very rarely get round Valderrama without dropping at least a shot somewhere.
Stay still, please. Thank you.
Martin makes his par and is now within 2. Garcia still a favourite, but 6 holes to go. The last 6 at Valderrama. Don't take anything for granted. Seeing a succession of par putts at the moment. This is another one. Scott Jamieson at 13.
Short game wizard. Come here, bring me that trophy.
Bring the champagne. I'm fed up with this water. Is that the face of the winner? Well, you'd probably say yes, but with maybe a little less certainty than a few moments ago.
Just off the right, you say?
Well, considering how cold and wet it was when we arrived here in Spain early in the week, it's been absolutely beautiful the last 3 days. It really has been lovely weather.
13th is another hole where positioning off the tee is so crucial. You've got to be up the left-hand side, especially with a fairway wood. You can be on the fairway on the right and still be blocked out by trees.
Oh dear. This is way left. With a little hybrid, that is an absolute wide.
So frustrating. You've just closed within 2. You want to push on, and then you hit a poor one.
Brooks with his sort of utility driving iron type club. Just wanted about 270 or so, 270 yards ideally. Left half of the fairway.
Oh, he's giving it a little bit of a lean. Never won over 72 holes, Daniel. His only tournament win came in Madeira. That was a 36-holer because of bad weather. His only European Tour win.
Garcia went with the driver first day and hit an absolutely magnificent shot to within 60 yards of the green. It was too close to a front flag. Took 3-wood yesterday. That was a better bet. But the flag actually is up at the back today. I think he probably could hit driver here and get at the flag, but he's going with the 3-wood. That, even so, means he's got to steer clear of those trees that come in from the right-hand side. He's got to thread it through quite a narrow gap.
That's excellent. Takes a lot of confidence. With a 2-shot lead and his nearest challenger in trouble in the trees, he could quite easily have just eased it down there with a 3-iron. That's a short par 4, but he's got the confidence just to pull out the 3-wood and just rip that fade of his. That's a beauty.
And he's not short of support, is he? You hear the cheer when he launched into that driver? 3-wood anyway.
Tees it down very low, plays it almost as if he's hitting it off the grass. Squeezes down on it. Great balance, great shot.
Second shot up the hill at 14.
Don't know how he can get this close. No. Having to move it a little bit right to left, up the hill, out the rough. And he's hit it too long. Doing well to make 4 there.
Former Ryder Cup player Peter Hansen. Second at the 3-15, bunkered off the tee. Good recovery though from the Swede.
Ormsby, fresh off a birdie at 13. Oh. I thought he was saying hit the tree.
Robert Rock at 15. Oh, didn't want to turn. Coach to Matt Wallace, to Alejandro Canizares, to Thomas Bjorn, and to Kelsey MacDonald in the LET. Very talented coach, but still very much a player, Rocky, as he's proving this week. Well, Garcia, the only one on the short grass here at 13.
Yeah, not just on the short grass, but in position A too. Superb. Unlike Brooks, whose backswing is potentially hampered. I think, yeah, he's just okay. Not a very pretty lie, and he's got to try and drive this one forward, get the trajectory exactly right, and then get it up over the trees. They're about 50 or 60 yards in front of him. It's all doable, it's possible, but it's putting extra pressure on him. 167 yards, 153 metres to the flag, which is well on, 21 yards on. So we've got to lead with the hands a bit, drive through it. What a shot.
Oh, never mind about parrying your way in. What a shot that was. Well done, Daniel Brooks.
He got the full Monty from Sergio there.
And a good shot.
Well, I thought Loudon had the easier shot. He's that bit closer. 145 metres away.
I think it might come out hot, just for the amount of grass that's there.
Like the nine.
I do.
Once again,
It is into the window.
he's got to get the trajectory just right. And really, only the player can tell that. The player has to visualise what club he needs to get that trajectory.
Put it again, then.
Yep.
Actually jumped up.
Whoa.
That was just a sensational shot from Brooks. Best shot I've seen today, that's for sure.
And a pretty good one from Loughton as well.
Well, the gauntlet has been thrown down to Sergio.
Thank you. Bye, please.
143 yards left, 131 metres. I think with the wind in his face, probably just a very nice smooth 9-iron. Couldn't have dropped it in a better place. He's pulled it a bit.
Oh, would you believe it? Position A from the middle of the fairway and position C on the green. Two great shots from Loughton and particularly Brooks, and a pretty ordinary one from Garcia.
I think you would have got pretty good odds there, Doogie, that Brooks and Loughton were not going to both be inside Garcia. As Julian said, this is definitely one of the finest shots of the day, without question. Tough shot, executed brilliantly, and he's got a little slightly uphill putt. Nice.
Who says they can't shape shots anymore? This is a tricky one though. Jamie Donaldson from the back of the 14th. Couldn't have landed it any shorter. Still calling for it to sit, and that's pretty good. Did well to keep that on the green, didn't he?
I think there was a target the size of an A4 piece of paper he could land that on out of a horrible lie, and did it. Pablo. Birdie putt down the green, left to right. He's going to like that a little. Yes, please.
Slippery 1-2 for Scott Jamieson. Oh, it's another terrific putt from Scotty Jamieson. He's holed a few of those this week, hasn't he? And that was to save par. His best two finishes this year. A couple of top fours came very early in the season. In fact, there's one of them in the very first event, the Alfred Dunhill at Leopard Creek in South Africa. Did another top four in the Indian Open. Since then, only a couple of top 20s for Scott. So this potentially could be his best finish of the season. Currently tied fourth with Donaldson.
I don't know if Garcia was guilty of writing the winner's speech a bit too early. I'm sure he's too experienced to be doing that. But definitely a little change in scenery in the last couple of holes. And this is, it's not a super quick putt, but it's one that he's just got to caress across the green. It's downhill at the end, right to left.
Smelly downhiller left. Wow.
And talking of smelly downhillers, Wade Ormsby at 14. Oh, go on, go on. Unlucky for the Australian.
Nino Bertasio on the final green. Oh. He's played well today. 3 birdies. That would have been for 67. Let's hope he can hold it on the way back.
What a really good opportunity for Loughton to apply some pressure here for a birdie.
My goodness, the wild body swerve there. It could never ever miss, and yeah, it did. Did a little diver and looked like it might miss. What a birdie.
Worth another look. That turned sharp right at the end, and in football parlance, came off the inside of the post.
That can't miss, it's dead centre. Oh!
But that could be very significant because, as Julian was saying, now there is a bit of pressure on Garcia's putt. Meanwhile, Daniel Brooks, great birdie. Great birdie for the Englishman. Puts a little daylight now between himself and Donaldson and Jamieson in third place.
Grinding it out, isn't he? Sergio's got to grind this one out too. Wouldn't be a shock to the system. Oh yes, yes. Honestly, 3 years ago we would have bet our houses he wouldn't make that. But only one ahead. Ooh, we were saying 2 holes ago. Should win it, but not over. It certainly is not.
No, not now. Donaldson back up the hill for par at 14. Yes, well done. The Cheshire-based Welshman, originally from Pontypridd. Bertasio for his par at the last. And it's another good week for the Italian. Top 10 last week in his own Italian Open. 69-68 at the weekend here in Spain. And he's finishing the season strongly. Nino Bertasio. So there's how it looks. Sergio Garcia now leads by only one from Joost Luiten. Daniel Brooks is in third. Donaldson and Jameson tied fourth. Wade Ormsby on course to keep his card. Rock, Suri and the 47-year-old Anders Hansen on 3 under. And another impressive performance by Aaron Rai of England.
Luiten with his utility club, and his little fade is ideal here with a fairway that slopes down to the left. Pretty generous fairway there by Valderrama standards.
Wasn't happy with his tee shots yesterday, Joost, and it was the short game that saved him, and he's not been entirely convincing off the tee today. But he's still the closest challenger to Garcia at the top of the leaderboard.
And for Brooks, such a strange game this. The bookmakers would have been taken to the cleaners on the last hole.
I'll get back for Sergio's tee shot, but meanwhile the par 3 15th, 225 yards, long hole today. Pin once again at the back of the green. Donaldson first to go.
Ideal shot here is sort of 15 feet left of the flag and pitch it 8 or 9 paces short. It'll feed down to the hole. Wow. There are worse places to be. That's on the upslope, hitting into the slope of the green. That's better than missing it left.
Yeah.
Long par 3, pretty dramatically downhill, of course, so it doesn't play its full yardage. There's a cracking little battle between Donaldson and Jameson, and indeed Ormsby, who's only one behind his playing partners.
Cut.
Swing it to cut, so it's going left. That's good though. Getting a little better. Wade Ormsby, of course, was first to play in the group after his birdie at 13, and he's safely on the green as we go back to Garcia and the tee shot at 14 with an iron.
Leaning. Oh. Wow. Is Sergio feeling the heat here? That's a horrible shot with an iron. Got very lucky off the cork tree. If that misses the tree and keeps going, he's got no second shot. There we go, ricochet. That's a good break.
Yeah, one of the great Irish players, that, wasn't he? Ricochet. What about beef? Yes, well done. The ever popular Andrew Johnson. Double bogey at 16, but back with a birdie in front of the galleries at 17. So we could yet see some drama over these closing holes. Sergio Garcia's lead is down to 1 on a very iffy tee shot at 14. Joost Luiten is closest challenger. Daniel Brooks is in third at 7 under. Jimmy Donaldson and Scott Jameson 1 ahead of their playing partner Wade Ormsby. Robert Rock, Julian Suri and Anders Hansen and 3 under. Aaron Ryan with a 67 today. Andy Sullivan also a 67. 68s for Batasio, for Ollie Fisher. Ashley Chesters, who's kept his card, we're pretty confident, and Adrian Otaegi, despite a disappointing double bogey at the last. Better week for Danny Willett. Looks like possible top 20 finish. In fact, his first top 20 since February. 68 for Paratori, 69 for Scrivener, 70 for Keimer. But once again, Martin Keimer finishing down the field.
Well, Garcia's not got a great lie here. He's got a lump of Bermuda grass sitting behind the ball, way below the green to a front flag. Chances of getting close to this are remote, and if he goes a bit long, it could easily jump on him this bit. Then he runs off into a lower section at the back of the green. Sometimes they come out soft and there's the front bunker waiting. This could be brilliant.
Most certainly is. Wow. Mark James is back in.
Yes, that was as good as the tee shot was bad. Horrific swing off the tee by Garcia. He just went to sleep. And that was an absolute corker. Brilliant. Launched it way upwards. And exactly the right distance.
This is really exciting stuff. We're seeing a few mistakes. You always get those around here, but we're seeing some brilliance as well. Loughton with probably a 9-iron for him up the hill. 127 metres. Bit of breeze helping. He's got a really good lie here, so that shouldn't be a problem, although he is just in the rough.
Cracker from Loughton as well.
Again, another very positive, quite aggressive tee shot from Brooks, getting to within 104 metres of the flag. I think he can throw this up there with a sand iron. Just got to control the spin.
Yeah, if you're going to hit a hard one, you can pitch it past the flag and spin it back. Come on. Come on down. That's a fantastic shot.
Yes, I think the tide has turned for Daniel Brooks. It was very, very iffy for 4 or 5 holes.
Donaldson. Right-hand bunker at the par 3 15th. Should not be a difficult shot at all. That's pretty much what he would have expected to do from there.
Robert Rockless for par at 16. Currently in 7th spot. That's gonna die. Yeah, tough to hole any putt with that much burrow on it. Just racing across the side, the front of the hole.
Just clipped it, Roger.
Ormsby, long birdie putt. That's very well done. There's only been one birdie at the 15th all day. It's playing the hardest hole on the course. Brutal par 3.
Jens Farbring, 32nd currently. This for a bogey and that's going to be borderline whether he makes it into the access list. I have a feeling he will just miss. Probably wanted to be 1, 2, 3 shots better.
Jameson down the slope. pretty much straight down the slope. Now take that and get out of there. That's just about the easiest putt on the course to hit 8 or 10 feet by.
Stand, please.
Time to consult the green book for Yost. It's a deceptive putt, this, because there's a ridge that runs through the green just to the right of this. Leads the eye to think it's going to be right to left. On the other hand, the green seems to slope down to the front, and as Yost looks at it, a little bit left to right. I just don't think there's very much in it.
They're moving pretty slowly, these three, Tutty. I don't suppose the referee's been bold enough to jolly along the tournament host, has he?
No, about 5 or 6 holes ago, Andy McPhee said they were a little bit behind, but still okay. Just goes to show he saw it as right to left and it went left to right. It's the ones, the very subtle breaks, they can be so hard to read. And Garcia's ought to go a little bit right to left. That was a wedgie hit up the hill.
Well, his dad walks around with a sandwich under his arm at all times. I think if he wanders past his dad now, he might just get a little lash across the buttocks for keeping that short.
I thought you were talking about a ham sandwich for a minute.
It was quick down there, wasn't it, Jules? But he's going to be a little peeved, I think.
Oh, honestly, I mean, if you go a foot by with a putt like that, so what? To leave it short from that range.
Yeah. I don't think it's the foot by that's worrying him. Brooks, after that lovely second shot, just birdied 13. This will get him back to 8 under and 3 clear of the guys behind him. Well done.
Oh, a nice bit of breathing space for the home stretch. The veteran Anders Hansen. Past Volvo PGA champion, look at this. A rare appearance and still absolutely ripping it.
Ormsby on 16 and at 106 on the race to Dubai. He's playing himself into the top 100 here with a very solid back 9 performance. Birdie at 9 and 5 birdies and 5 pars and a birdie on the back 9. So good performance.
Andrew Johnston, aka the Beef. Yeah. A lovely way to finish the day. Just outside the top 20.
Nice scenery, all these cork trees and olive trees. The cork trees takes 2 years of training before you're allowed to harvest the cork from a cork tree. You load it up, cut it off with a little axe, load it onto mules, give the mule a tap on the back when it's loaded up and it finds its own way to the factory. Offload it, cut it up, boil it,
2 years to learn that, Jess. Is that because
Yep.
it's very difficult, or because only sort of half-wits get employed to do the cork harvesting?
I shall put you in touch with the cork industry. Spain's the biggest cork producer in the world.
Making friends again.
Takes a lot less time than that to learn to harvest it out of the bottle.
I've noticed you're proficient at that, Tutty.
Normally have a man to do it for me, actually. 225 yards, 206 metres down the hill with the breeze slightly into and off the right. Tight flag just over the bunker. Demanding long iron.
He'd love to just knock this in the middle of the green.
Well, he's got the height to land softly.
Wow. You know what? I think that's job done. It is a tough two-putt. It's quick and it's off the left, but that is exactly what he was after.
Well, yeah, I agree. Good shot.
Yeah, come back in.
Any release at all, it just goes on and round, and it's 8 foot from the pin, isn't it?
Take off a little bit.
Yeah. What's your target? Left edge of the...
It's definitely going to
This year. Where you land.
reach that left edge bunker.
Perfect.
Normal one. Or?
You can take just a little off it.
Yeah.
Taking a little off a 4 iron? No, 3 iron. It's just going to be playing it against the wind a bit. So I feel as though this is one that he perhaps wants to use the hands a little bit as well. I don't know if he's got that shot to really drive it forward. Not get too much height on it. No, it's gone up into the stratosphere. Line is great.
What a shot. That's a magnificent long iron, wasn't it? Ooh. Can't argue with that one.
There.
I have to think it's a 4 iron for Garcia. It is indeed. Well, to say the gauntlet has been laid down, he's really got to concentrate now. Breeze hurting slightly.
A lovely strike, just left of the pin, and it won't quite come back. No fade.
No fade, and that's going to be an edgy little shot down there. What a shot by Loughton. Just ripped it straight at the pin. I wonder if he intended that or pushed it slightly. Whatever, either way, it's absolutely perfect. Yeah, and I think you're right, Jess. I think he wanted to start it where he started it, but with that little slider, it just didn't come in, did it?
No, there's nothing much wrong. It's just too straight. We'll move up to 18, have a quick look at Pablo Larrazabal. We shouldn't have any problem with this. Fingers crossed.
Nicely done. Back at 34 for 70. 1 under total. Tied 12th. Good solid week. Ooh, don't fancy the look of Scott Jameson's ball there. That is... you would think if that is right, he's going to be nudging that down the fairway, surely. It's in shade. It's... yeah, there you go. Just get it back on the short grass. Easiest route back to safety. that encyclopedia Dale Hayes told me last week, the reason they started using cork was they couldn't get the tops of bottles perfectly round in the old days, so that's why they started putting cork in, because it fills out the gap. I thought that was quite interesting. Jess, you look completely bored now that I'm telling you that.
Hazy told you that.
Yeah, absolutely. But I mean, that might have been a complete fabrication, because he does like winding me up.
He does come out with some stuff, Hazy. I don't know what goes on in his head, but it's full of something. It makes sense, to be honest, because they compress the cork and you know, put it in and it expands to fill the bottle tops. Doesn't make sense.
Overdone that a bit, Scotty, through the other side of the fairway. Really did need that on the short grass. The swishing of Wade Ormsby. I mean, 6th at the moment. Very nice shot in there too. Another birdie chance. Taking care of business.
It'll be very interesting to see how Garcia plays this shot. I can't see what club he's got out. Has he got a little fairway wood?
It doesn't really go right to left.
Because it's such a delicate little chip. He's got a tight lie in the fringe. Yeah, I think he's got his 3 wood.
I think you're right, Jules. Just seen it now.
Because he just need to get this rolling, and it would be so easy to fluff a chip. This is a better option than a putter. He's already used it to great effect. Downhill, quick across the green, bit of left to right.
Well, he's already held one of these today. Just a little chop.
Going right.
Very good.
Looking a little disappointed, but I don't think he is really. Look at that, it was settled down, and this is why the guys do it. There's just enough loft to get it slightly airborne, carry the edge of the fringe, and then it comes out with a beautiful roll. As it lands, it starts top spinning, and away she goes. Good shot. Good lie for Donaldson, maybe having to draw it a touch. Oh, he's overdone it, and it's gone down in the grass.
No, you can have the other one.
It's one of those putts that Daniel Brooks has got to be a bit careful with on the 15th. Downhill left to right. Really just got to try and cozy this up to the hole. If it drops, it's a real bonus, but don't go mad and rush it.
Every time you say that, Tutty, he does exactly that.
He's not bought the headset, has he?
Don't think so.
Oh dear. This is Valderrama. You can hit one loose tee shot and suddenly you're struggling to avoid a double.
Pretty significant moment now on the 15th green. Garcia, who has been totally in control all day, could be caught right now. In fact, he could be passed. he's still got a bit of work to do. It's more than 3 feet left for Garcia's putt, and this is a very makeable birdie putt. What a birdie to make. A little bit of left to right.
Absolutely right in the middle at perfect pace. What a two. And Loughton piling the pressure on Garcia. That's not a bad card. No blemishes, 5 birdies. Whew. Didn't really see this coming from Loughton the way he played yesterday.
No, we did not. And if anything will test Sergio's 3 putting skills, that putt of Loughton's will do it. Brooks still got, well, what is that? That's a good. It's probably nearly 12 feet by. 4 paces, maybe. Right to left. A little uphill. And a little in the hole. Wow. Tell you what, he is hanging in there. That's fantastic stuff by Daniel Brooks. Great to see. Showing real courage.
Big putt for Garcia. To miss this would not do his confidence any good at all for the last 3 holes. Yeah, well done. Absolutely perfect. Right in the middle. So the top 2 move locked in combat, both 11 under to the next tee.
We have a contest, folks. Fourth shot for Scott Jamieson. Oh. And there you go. Immediately you're thinking, oh, this could be a double.
It's the 18th. Currently 1 over for the day, 1 over for the tournament. Can he finish with a birdie? He can. Okay, well, a round of 71 for Danny Willett, and a good, consistent event for him. That should finish inside the top 20 without question.
Donaldson just seen Jamieson's ball jump. Oh, that's an interesting one.
Not too sure what that was all about. He had a seizure halfway on, down the downswing.
Robert Rock. Ah, sorry. Got the giggles about that. That was one of the funniest things I've seen for a while. That shot of Jamie Donaldson's. I'd love to see it again. It was a beauty.
The danger with this 16th shot is that you can go too far and run out on the corner of the dogleg into the trees on the left, or be up the right-hand side, not be far enough and get blocked out by the trees there. Loughton with a 3-wood. It should be the perfect club, just needs a good line. Breeze helping.
Very easy to forget. You know, we've been having our eye on Sergio. Loughton is 5 under today. Terrific stuff.
Well, Brooks certainly hasn't been holding back. He's got to be pretty accurate with the driver. Very easy to go long and left with this.
Didn't look too bad a swing, but hit it right. That'll probably be a chip out and wedge on.
Can't see from down the fairway whether it's a 3 or a 5 for Garcia. I think it might well be a 5-wood. Feet quite wide open, pointing left. Yes, he's cutting a 3-wood.
Probably okay, but it's not far off being blocked by those trees. Up to Scott Jameson this to make a bogey.
Wow, that's sailed on by. Ricardo Guvia. Yeah. Give it the fist pump. Nice 4 at 17. Double bogey putt. Whew. Heart rate would have been off the charts there.
Garcia and Loughton 3 ahead of Brooks, and he's 3 ahead of Donald and Jameson. It's a 2-horse race at Valderrama.
Four holes ago, it looked like it was done and dusted.
Yes, a lot's happened. Wade Ormsby there, he's about to secure his card, barring accidents over the last couple of holes. Ashley Chester's great round under pressure. He should have moved far enough up the access list to get his card for next year. This year's his rookie year. And that's the 17th. They've got that pleasure to come, these guys. The hideous 17th green. The worst thing is if you murder your drive and have to go for it in 2.
Yeah, it's quite scary. And there's no bailout if you do have a go. Short, you're in trouble. Left, you're in trouble. Long, you're in trouble.
Oh!
Fly it. I don't know. I think it's in it, is it?
Now, far enough back in the bunker not to be a huge problem with a layup.
If Daniel Brooks's middle name was Sevi, there is a shot, but it would be ludicrous to try it at this stage between the trees. It's actually almost no point really, because there's 30 yards of rough running up to the green between the bunkers, so you can't really run a ball out there anyway. So he's just going to chip it back out onto the fairway.
Need to take care with these. Very easy to mess up chip out, especially at the amateur level. See that sort of shot messed up all the time through carelessness. And that's perfect.
Garcia is just okay. 151 metres, 165 yards, downhill to a back flag. He certainly doesn't want to go long. Helping wind, it's going to be a 9-iron maximum for him. Quite a deep, well, relatively deep but narrow green. Key thing is to hit it straight. Expect him to come up a bit shy of the flag. He pushed it a bit. I think he caught a bit of the tree.
Okay, but it's a very fast putt. That will require one of his dribblers.
Yeah, perfect. Just right of it.
It did start right, didn't it? Right of where the divot was going, certainly, and he pointed up at the tree as if he had clipped it.
Yeah, I certainly heard something. Correct, yeah. I think obviously didn't take much of it, but a bit lucky then. That could have been a bit of a disaster. One yard less for Loughton, but an easier shot. He doesn't have to worry about any trees.
Started a long way right, but coming back. And a similar result for Loughton.
A little bit more of a fluke.
Anders Hansen has had a crack at the 17th. Over the back in the swale, going to putt it. So difficult. You're putting up a steep slope, and you know if you give it a bit too much, it's off the other side in the water. We had a discussion there this morning, didn't we, Jess, as to what we would attempt to do. We had a few different plans.
Yeah, I think we both agreed that we'd putt the one he had.
Yes.
And probably do exactly what he did.
No, it's not an easy shot from there.
Poor old Daniel Brooks, the whole world is moving at the moment. Massive spectators moving up the 16th, completely ignoring what he's trying to do from 122 yards, 112 metres. He does have to try and attack this flag. Doesn't want the zip on it though.
He just absolutely did not want to miss that left and walk off with a 6. I think it must have been at the forefront of his mind. Cannot blame him for that. Actually quite a smart play, but all three of them have tough, quick putts down there. Anders Hansen, he must have hit a fantastic second shot, and it must have gone right over the flag to finish where he was, over the back of the green. Fair bit of break here, and it's quick. In fact, I don't think quick quite covers it. It's like lightning. He says this will be absolutely his last tournament on the European Tour. He's been making the odd guest appearance.
Is it Daniel?
Jules, nobody really keen to go first and be the guinea pig here.
I think Brooks is the boy who's just taking a while to get there. It doesn't look that quick downhill to me. You obviously think it's a bit fiery.
Well, certainly from maybe not so much from where they are, Jules, but from pin high right. But they are short of the flag, so it's not one I would be really dying to hit.
Wouldn't be going to force it into the back of the hole. You wouldn't say firm and straight, would you?
I'm sure Tutty sees it better than I ever would anyway.
Actually, it's not Brooks, it's Sergio. Well, it's right to left and downhill, but it doesn't look dramatically downhill to me.
There are quicker ones out there, aren't there, Jules? There are some beastly putts.
Yeah.
Garcia Senior.
So many people out here now following this last game. It's getting quite difficult to see what's going on without getting in too many people's way.
A lot of burrow on it, more across the slope than down it, as the boys are saying. And not too bad from Garcia.
Robert Rock could drive on 18. Flag just 4 off the left side, and he's managed to get it between the bunker and the flag, just up against the collar. Hopefully he can get the putter in there.
Garcia just checking with Brooks that his marker's not in the way. He's already marked it and moved it once. He's got to do it again. As we know, it will dive to the left at the end. Actually got a little bit of a ridge to come up from where Brooks is. It's a very streaky one to make, but it
it's a really good try, good roll to stop turning right at the very end. Garcia moving the marker back about 11 putter head lengths to a complicated procedure. He's got quite a small putter head, which doesn't help.
been a few almost ironic cries of "Come on, Yost." They've been quickly squashed. This would be a fantastic time to make a birdie putt and take the lead. It's possible because it really isn't that quick down there, just right to left. No, underborrowed.
Donaldson, fairway bunker to here. This is such an awkward pin position. It's on quite a steep right to left slope and down towards the water. Oh. Now we are talking fast putt.
Paul McGinley popped up on the graphic a minute ago, currently leading European Senior Masters in Britain. A couple of holes to go.
Can you believe it? Can you believe it? He hits those so firmly, and most of them he nails in the back, but we've seen him miss 3 or maybe 4 this week from exactly that range that really haven't touched the hole.
He's got a brisk stroke. If it gets too brisk, that's the result, isn't it? You end up just lacking the feel and blasting it a bit. Brooks, this for his bogey after the chip out. So he drops one, but is still 2 clear of Donaldson. So a couple of pars and he will get his card for next year. So the next half hour, massive for him. Now Garcia, this to take a 1-shot lead to the 17th tee.
Wow, he's thinking, that was kind of Yost. You just don't expect guys to miss those when you're playing against them. Robert Rock at 18 can get the putter into it. Go on, go on. Oh. Round of 71. 2 under. Top 10, tied 8. That's a nice week.
Absolutely. As there we see, Garcia 1 ahead of Loughton off a good drive and a decent mid. Deep iron, 3 putts. Brooks safe in 3rd, Donaldson 4th. Those 2 and Wade Ormsby look like keeping their cards on the back of today's performances. Ricardo Gouveia, we saw a little bit of him. He's going to finish 23rd. He's just about doing enough to get his card from the access list.
Well, Jules, if you wanted to pick a hole where all sorts of things could happen, this is it, isn't it?
That would be a reasonably fair assessment, yes. It's definitely not the life of Brian out here, but there is a gentle breeze helping down the hole, which means it's very much a 2-shotter if Garcia gets his drive away. That should run. Drilled it low and cutting.
That's enormous.
And it took a bit of sting out of it as well, Mark. Where
Did it?
Yeah, because it just hit the Bermuda rough beside the bunker on the first bounce. It just took a bit out of it.
And it's on a nice little launching pad.
He's found the left-hand bunker the last 2 days, plugged it under the lip on Friday. Went in there yesterday. Can he avoid it today?
Even if he finds the fairway, I question whether he would go at it. He'd have to get a really good drive away. Oh, carried the bunker by 6 inches.
And a good lie, but I think Julian Tutt's right. I don't think he's long enough to take that on.
Not comfortably, no, to be a very edgy feeling.
Well, it could be a very significant hole for Brooks. If he gets his drive away, he's certainly long enough to get there in 2, but is it the right play for him?
I would say no. I would say nudge it up there, get it on, get your 5.
Yes.
He won't go from there, Tony, that's for sure.
No
That's
chance.
it's no bad thing.
Ormsby. Oh. That was for a birdie. And it's cut that hole. It's almost on the crest of a little drop-off. I mean, it's just ridiculously fast. Donaldson. Anything going past that hole, it just keeps trickling and rolling and rolling. Well done. He's certainly having a lot of fun out there, Jamie. Nice to see him enjoying his golf so much again.
There's some really, really great play under pressure from guys with their careers on the line today. Brooks, Donaldson, Ormsby, Ashley Chesters, Ricardo Gouveia, and the list goes on and on. It's very, very impressive round a place like Valderrama. It's tremendous stuff.
And they'll be thinking, why have I left it so late to play like this?
Good question, yeah. Absolutely.
Well done, Anders. Really good performance this by the 47-year-old Dane. Three-time winner on the tour. Former #1 on the South African tour. Won the Joburg Open and went on to win the Sunshine Tour Order of Merit a few years back. Played with his son and made in Denmark a couple of years back. Son's a very good amateur. Hasn't turned pro, still working as a greenkeeper, in fact. But we may see another Hansen on tour, as if we haven't got enough of them.
Oh, you can't have too many Hansens, can you? Oh, dear.
Well, I'm sure we're still going to get an exciting finish, but I still can't believe Joost Luiten missed that short one at 16. What a mistake.
Yes, he's as aggressive with some of his putts as Garcia is seemingly defensive.
Well, both Luiten and Brooks are in range, but I can't believe either of them will go for it. Luiten is better placed angle and lie-wise, but he's not going to do it. Just a question of laying up sort of down the centre left of the fairway to the good distance you want. Just the one danger for Brooks laying up here, he's just got to concentrate on this, because if he tweaks it left a little bit, there's a lateral water hazard not very far away.
Looks like he really held it off well with his hands, and he did. That's a very good shot. Not that big a gap
please, thank you.
across this fairway.
Even when you've laid up here, it's still a daunting third shot. Just have to try and play to your strength. Whatever third shot you fancy is the range that he'll be looking for.
Decent lie, shouldn't fly. Should be a simple layup from that side of the fairway, and it is. Quite close to the water. That's verging on too close to the green, I would have thought, but we'll see how he manages it. Maybe that's his master plan.
Well, it's a must-make birdie for Joost, isn't it?
Garcia's got 220 yards to the front. He hit the sensational 5-iron off a downslope yesterday. He's on an upslope today. And I think he's got a 4-iron. So he's really looking to launch it up into the air on the upslope. Get that soft landing a bit right of the flag.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to fade it off the flag. Oh, he's faded it a long way right, I think. Oh, no, he hasn't. Is it coming back?
Yeah, it's come back from the right.
Oh, what a shot. He drew it. Oh, it's a wonderful shot. Difficult to tell what he's doing sometimes. Great strike, way up in the air, just over the green.
Loving the atmosphere out there. I mean, they're really big galleries. They're enthusiastic. Vast majority supporting Sergio, as you would expect, but really good atmosphere. Look at those crowds around the back and the side of 17 as Sergio plays this crucial shot. He should certainly make birdie, you would think, with up and down, so the pressure back on Loughton. Yeah, drew it in, didn't he?
His feet are always so open, it's sometimes a little foxing to know what he's doing. Certainly foxed me anyway. Wade Ormsby.
Push it, win. Push it, win. Push it, win.
Challenging tee shot at 18. He's in the rough, but I think he's okay. Not there's any major damage done. Good week this for Wade. Up ahead on the green, Shane Lowry. This for par, trouble off the tee, as so often is the case at 18. Go on, go on. Ah. Pretty good week for Shane. Going to be a top 10 finish. 4th of the year.
Yeah, steady in the bank, really. Yeah, better.
Well, this is a tester. 75 metres, 82 yards off a very slight downslope, which makes it a little bit more difficult. Coming in downwind, which is going to take a little bit off the backspin off it. Where did he land it? How much spin? Heart in mouth.
Yes, just get it on and safe, for heaven's sake. Well done. Absolutely what was needed. Very good.
This is the man who's only had one top 20 all season.
It's a mystery, isn't it?
It really is, Mark. You know, it's
Exactly.
This is where you have to have incredibly positive thoughts. See the shot and go for it without any hesitation. 59 metres, 65 yards. It's all feel. Not one that he can really back up. So if he wants to get it close, he's got to land it short of the flag.
Well, the one good thing about this distance is that it shouldn't spin too much. No, what a shot from Loughton. Brilliant.
Well, he did make that unexpected mistake at 16, but this has been a terrific round of golf from Joost Loughton. He's surely going to make birdie. You would expect Sergio to make his too, but there's now a little bit of pressure back in the Spaniard. It's been a really good contest between these two. And of course, they're still going to have to face this tee shot in a few minutes' time. Jimmy Donaldson on the 18th tee.
Down. It's missed.
Soft.
Sit down.
Way back for Donaldson. That should give him enough room to go round the trees.
A slightly disappointing end, but a splendid day's work and week's work for Anders Hansen. Round in 70, finishes at 3 under. Back to the atmospheric 17th.
Garcia and Glenn were really disappointed this went over the back. They thought they had the right club. Now he's got it a really good chip because he's well below the green. And it's downhill left to right. He's got to carry it. Well, it depends if he plays with a bit of check spin. He might well do the way he's setting up. Check and release.
So close to absolutely perfect. Well, it's played with a lot of touch.
Ahead at 18, Wade Ormsby. Well, depends on the lie. One under for the round, 4 under for the tournament. Wade Ormsby, really good day's work. He was in pretty good shape on the access list, but he needed to turn on a good week, and he's done that. And as for Daniel Brooks, 123 in the race to Dubai at the start of the week, nowhere on the access list. And somehow he's climbed into the top 3 and guaranteed that he'll be back next year. Brilliant effort by the Londoner.
Yes, just roll this up and then nothing worse than bogey at the last. Those sudden flashes of confidence.
Oh, sit. One of these players, it hasn't come easily to Daniel. Started off in the Euro Pro Tour. He had 3 full seasons in the Euro Pro Tour. And he was onto the Challenge Tour, 4 seasons on the Challenge Tour. And finally got himself onto the European Tour. So it's been slow but steady progress.
Some people are slow learners.
Massive putt for Garcia again. He's got to be assuming, despite his miss at the last, that Loughton will make his birdie. So this to stay one ahead. Oh, it's a dribbly one, but it dribbles in.
I thought he'd hoiked it left. I was swearing at him. Great putt.
And again, one of those putts that you might not have fancied him for a few years back.
Absolutely right. Well, even at the Masters, he wasn't overly convincing from that range. Loughton after that just glorious pitch. This to remain within 1.
Is it longer than the one he missed at 16? It's in though. Well done, Joost. So both Garcia and Loughton make their birdies at 17. They'll come to the 18, which is no pushover, with Garcia leading by 1. They're enjoying it. Nice to see them showing appreciation for each other's great golf.
Brooks had waited because he was sort of on Loughton's through line. Otherwise he'd have tapped in to finish before the crowd start shuffling. Well done.
On to the 18th tee then. Garcia 12 under, Loughton 11 under. watch the crowd. He's already won twice this year. Won the Dubai Desert Classic, and then of course went on to win the Masters. He's never won 3 times in a season before. And he'll be taking nothing for granted here. Tee shot at 18, absolutely crucial. Never easy.
Well, he hit the perfect 3-wood yesterday, just down to the corner, found the middle of the fairway, left himself, I don't know, 165, 170 yards in, something like that. That's all he needs to do. Teeing it up over on the right-hand side to give himself the best angle with the overhanging tree in front of him. You just cut the corner of the dogleg, fly the trees just on the corner and plonk it down in the middle of the fairway.
Maybe too far left. I don't think you can carry on that line. Needs to get left. Oh, he has got, I think, very lucky.
May almost have gone too far there, Mark.
Yeah, it shot through them, didn't it? Incredible.
There's a tree on the left there that might just block him out.
He has had a bit of help from the trees today, though, you have to say. He's had a couple of very fortunate bounces.
Well, they are Spanish.
True.
That's an extraordinary statistic, Dougie. He's never won more than twice in a season.
I know, it's just incredible, isn't it? I'll tell you his record here at Valderrama in a moment, which is even more incredible.
Now, Yates doesn't hit a 3-wood as far as Sergio, so he definitely has to go quite well right of that line. Aiming much further right.
That might do well to carry, yeah. Oh, he did pretty well too.
Equal opportunity trees. Whew. I promised you Garcia's record at Valderrama. 7th, 5th, 7th, 7th, 2nd, 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 34th, bad year, 4th, 10th, 1st, 3rd, 1st. Why does anybody bother playing against him? That's an astonishing record on a hard golf course.
Must have been gutted with that 34th.
Brooks might try and turn this a little bit right to left.
You're right, Tutty, and should just about get over. Yes. Perfect for Brooks. Well done.
And Gladiators walking off together. They'll get a terrific reception at 18. Scott Jamieson, this could be a very profitable birdie if he can roll this one in. That's for a 72. Don't think it's getting back. No, it's going to be a 4 for 73 for Scott Jamieson. A really disappointing double bogey at 16 has dropped him down to 6th. Still a good week for Scott, his best since the spring of the year. And might just get him very close to being in the top 60. Jeremy Donaldson, and he too hangs out right. Still very good week for Jamie. He's not had a great year. What are you looking at? This to save par for the Aussie. Well done, Wade Ormsby. 73-70, 67-70. He's kept his card. Really good effort. Oh, enough with the selfies. Well done, Jamie. 42 on Thursday, 71 on Sunday. And that's good enough to make sure that Jamie Donaldson is back on tour next year. There's how it looks. Garcia, Loughton and Brooks, the last three in the course. There's Garcia going to hold on for another win at Valderrama. Or is there a bit more drama to come yet?
Another look at Garcia's tee shot, trying to fade it from the left, and really it went almost straight. Boy, it seemed to just race out of those trees. We'll find out in a minute from Sir Julian whether he's got a shot, but I suspect he'll be able to fashion something from up there, even if it's a hooky wedge. Always much easier for these guys to move it right to left.
Yeah, not too much fashioning required, actually. He can almost hit it straight, but I think he probably will want to give it a little bit of right to left for safety. If he went straight at the flag, he'd only have to tug it a little, and he's already got away with it once on the 16th doing that. Brooks first. 153 yards, 140 metres. I'd say just a nice 9-iron with what breeze there is into off the left. Actually, it's hardly anything now. Flat calm.
That's okay. All he had to do really was avoid double bogey. He's surely done that. Well done, Daniel. Not sure how much pressure he did feel under this week. He pretty well accepted that he was losing his card, but
stand still,
suddenly
please.
He hasn't.
Thank you.
Yost really has to take this on. Flag only 4 in from the left-hand side, but he's got to go straight at it. He might look a yard to the right, but basically
Perfect. Normal one. Correct.
at the flag. A normal one, I would think, has to be a 9-iron. ...139 metres to the flag. Slightly raised.
Go home. Go. Go.
A decent shot from Loughton. Tall order to hold that to tie, but it's not the most predictable of players to watch.
He's predictable in that he's hardly missed a cut all season, Mark, but then he's done so little at the weekend.
With a best of 7th or something. Incredible, isn't it? Yeah.
Garcia's 309-yard 3-wood leaves just 134 yards, 122 metres. So you may well just try and draw a wedge in here. It'd be a very easy wedge. He certainly doesn't want to be hitting it hard. It could easily get quite a lot of backspin with this. Just a very nice smooth one.
Oh, foot slipped.
Go. Go.
Has it affected the shot? No. Oh, I'm not sure what happened there, but it's a cracker.
Just occasionally, the right foot will give way with modern studs, soft spikes, but I'd certainly, if I was him, I might be inclined to change spikes.
Big slip.
Well, the victory dance began early. Let's have another look at this one.
Wow, it went early too, didn't it?
That right foot had started slipping before the club made contact. Oh dear me, talk about drama at Valderrama. What a day it's been. Not quite over yet. Joost will have the first putt if he knocks it in. But what a performance again by Sergio Garcia here at Valderrama. Fabulous reaction.
Doogie, the last time I saw his foot slip, he ended up taking his shoes off and throwing them all over the place. Do you remember that years ago? It was one of the funniest things I've ever seen. Shoes flying.
I think he got fined for that, didn't he? I think the tour fined him for the outburst.
But you know what? It was worth it because he gave us such a good laugh. But that was quite bizarre, wasn't it? He ended up literally on one leg after impact. Whew.
Can you imagine a small kid coming back from the golf and his parents saying, "How'd you get that black eye?" Garcia threw a shoe at me. Don't lie to me, off to bed.
Well, Dad Victor, wife Angela, the rest of the Garcia family waiting for what they hope will be the victory celebrations. He wobbled a little bit with that bogey at 12. Joost Luiten then birdied 13. Suddenly there was only one in it. And another Luiten birdie, and they were all square.
Brooks with much the longest of the birdie putts. Well, actually, I was going to say just try and roll this out to the hole. He's been pretty aggressive with his putting so far. Wants to leave himself a tap-in par.
Reminds me a bit, Ovies of Richard Sterney, sort of almost seemingly no emotion at all.
You're right, he's on a dead even keel, isn't he? He has been the whole day. Pretty impressive stuff when he needed it desperately.
Just a reminder that Garcia has a one-shot lead. They both have putts for birdie.
Brooks just checking whether he was going to be on Loughton's line. Would have been easier just to tap it in, I'd have thought, but anyway.
That's what we were thinking, yeah.
Loughton obviously a lot further away from Garcia, but nonetheless it's a makeable one. A little bit of right to left. He'll probably take a slightly straighter lie, and I imagine he's going to give it that little bit extra, knowing that he's got to get it there.
Another man who likes Valderrama. He was runner-up in the Spanish Open last year to Andrew Johnson. Tied for 5th in this tournament back in 2010, so he likes Valderrama. He's going to like it a lot more if he holds this one. Oh, he caught a bit of the hole, but it stays out.
I thought he'd ripped it straight into the middle. What a good attempt from Loughton. Must have frightened the life out of Garcia.
It did look in, didn't it?
Certainly did. Whew. 27 Garcias. Oh, breathe a sigh of relief. And a couple of Loutons. Look annoyed.
Yeah, it was close, wasn't it? 5-time European Tour winner. Doesn't look as if he's going to get a 6th, though. Daniel Brooks to complete an absolutely outstanding week's work. Well done, Daniel Brooks. A 71 to follow yesterday's 64. And he's going to finish 3rd, and he'll be a European Tour player again next year.
Yeah, that'll be the biggest check of his career without question. He will enjoy his dinner this evening.
The silence falls. Wife and dad hold hands. Go on, knock it in for birdie. This to be the Valderrama Masters champion again. It would have been nice, wouldn't it? It's good enough, though. And nice that we observe the convention that the winner, when possible, gets the final putt.
Quite an aggressive attempt from Garcia. I don't think I'd have been past the hole much in that situation.
Well done, Joost Luiten. A terrific round of 66 today. 5 under par, 11 under for the tournament. What a shame about that shot. Missed putt at 16. Now it's Garcia for the win. Sergio Garcia just loves coming home. It's another win in Spain. The 6th of his career, and for the first time, a 3-time winning season. Well done, Sergio. The tournament host is the tournament winner. He continues a quite astonishing record of consistency here at Valderrama. And he takes his bow in front of an absolutely delighted crowd, and a large crowd have really contributed to a wonderful final day atmosphere here on one of Europe's most famous courses. It's been a week of great stories. John Rand making his professional debut in his home country and missing the cut. All of those players in the Last Chance Saloon doing the business and keeping their playing cards. Well done to them. But the biggest congratulations, of course, go to Sergio Garcia, Andalucia Valderrama Masters champion once again.
If you're wondering why he's putting his glove on, I assume he's going to sign it. Much easier to do that when it's on. Give it to someone.
Well, these are great times for the Garcia family. His first major, 3 tournament wins, married to Angela, and their first child on the way next March.
The scorecard?
Scorecard's always a good idea. And you know, we've got to remember too, Sergio's been host. There's so many demands from TV, radio, press every day doing interviews, and to go out and concentrate and focus and be able to do this is just a brilliant effort.
Yeah, a week to remember. He also became an honorary life member of the European Tour, following in the footsteps of those great Spanish heroes, Seve Ballesteros and Jose Maria Olazabal. Oh, some putts to win tournaments are long ones, some are short ones. It doesn't really matter as long as they go in the hole. And Sergio Garcia takes the acclaim. That was a really good battle between Garcia and Joost Luiten, though. Vamos, Sergio. That was a cracking day's golf, wasn't it, Tony?
Oh, wasn't it just? This is why we watch golf, to see two players going at it toe to toe, not giving an inch. Poor Joost Luiten missed that putt on 16, but it was just fantastic golf to watch.
Garcia, the champion, by just one shot. Garcia wins, Luiten second. The next three on the leaderboard all were in great danger of losing their card at the start of the week. They've all done what they needed to under the greatest pressure. Well done, Daniel Brooks, Jimmy Donaldson and Wade Ormsby. Ricardo Gouveia has done enough. Ashley Chesters has done enough. And Danny Willett will be quietly pleased as well. He may well just have turned the corner in what has been a miserable season.
Continuing good golf from Matt Wallace, 18th, but he's been playing nicely lately, so he's hitting some real consistency. Paratori still only 20. Decent check for him.
Well, you're the man that gave Sergio his Ryder Cup debut back in 1999, Mark, weren't you? He's just a wonderfully talented youngster then. He's a little bit older now. He's still wonderfully talented though, isn't he?
Yeah, he doesn't jump around quite so much, but he is unbelievably talented. And on a course like this, the ability to move the ball both ways and hit it high and low is invaluable, and it really does demand a lot of the players, this course.
To feel for Oliver Wilson, who's had an awful season. Played really well the first two rounds, but fell away badly at the weekend. We wish him well for 2018. The European Tour has been won in Valderrama. The Challenge Tour Foshan Open has been won by Oliver Farr of Wales. Well done to Oliver. A 5-shot win over Sebastian Heisele, who challenged so hard for the title in Holland just a few weeks ago. Dan Housing and Ryan Evans tied for third. Callum Tarrant finished fifth. But Oliver Farr, the Challenge Tour champion in China. And we have a winner on the European Senior Tour as well, who battled some pretty unpleasant weather at the Forest of Arden. And it's Stephen Dodd, who wins by one from Clark Dennis and Paul McGinley. And only those three finishing under par. Jarmo Sandelin in fourth. And I think, is that Doddy's first win in the Senior Tour, Mark?
No, he won last year, I think, in Italy. So it's his second win. Peter Baker's debut there, finishing tied 7th or whatever. So that was a decent start for Bakes.
So no longer projected rankings. That is the updated Race to Dubai ranking. Sergio Garcia closing the gap on Tommy Fleetwood. He's now moved within, what, about just under 800,000 points. John Ram will stay third despite missing the cut here. Ross Fisher and Tyrrell Hatton have had two fantastic weeks. Tyrrell Hatton seeing off Ross both in Scotland and Italy. And I wonder just how much that top 10, that top 20 will change in the weeks to come. China next week, then Turkey, then South Africa, and then the DP World Tour Championship in Dubai. Pablo Larrazabal moving into the top 30. Joost Luiten climbing to just outside the top 30 with his runner-up finish. Martin Keimer climbing a little up to 46th, but you'd still expect Martin to be higher than that in the Race to Dubai. Søren Kjeldsen, 7 weeks out with injury, but he's come back well. And Matt Wallace is inside the top 60. If he stays there, he'll be playing in the Tour Championship. Daniel Brooks has climbed from 123 to 97. So he keeps his card on the race to Dubai. No need for the access list. Well, it's been a wonderful weekend here in Valderrama, and time for the presentation of the trophy to the champion, the tournament host.
Vamos, te la has ganado, te la has ganado. No has hecho sufrir, pero te la has ganado. Te la has ganado.
Champion.
Francisco Javier Hernandez, Minister of Tourism, and Jaime González Castaño, Director General of Sports for the Spanish government. The two gentlemen handing over the trophy, and they'll be absolutely delighted that it's a Spaniard who wins here in Spain. The 7th European Tour victory by a Spanish player this season, 3 of them contributed by Sergio Garcia. Alvaro Quiros, John Ram, Rafa Cabrera-Bale and Adrian Otaegui have all won as well. A very good week, a very good year rather, for the Spaniards on tour, and a particularly good one for this man. Cracking contest between these two in the final afternoon. Sergio Garcia just holding off Joost Luiten by 1 shot. So Sergio has the trophy again. Let's hear what he has to say. He's with Andrew Coulthard.
Sergio, congratulations. Give us an idea of the emotions that are going through your body just now.
Yeah, it was amazing. I think all 3 of us played amazing. Daniel played great with everything that he had on the line, you know, trying to keep his card. And Joost played unbelievable. I played really well, and I felt like maybe I could get away, and he just kept coming back and back, and you know, he made it an amazing match.
Well, let's talk about your score. 4 under, and at one point you were 3 ahead. Did you allow yourself at any time to think, I've got this?
No, not really. Not really, for a couple of reasons. Because I knew Joost was playing really well, and second of all, is Valderrama. And the time you relax, you know, you make a couple of bogeys, and all of a sudden you start getting in a bad trend, and then it becomes a struggle. So I stayed patient the whole time. You know, I made sure that you know, the bad moments didn't affect me, or not too much, and you know, made a couple really key putts coming in.
Key putts, key shots that you say. I mean, one, I want to draw your attention to the one over there on 9 from just on the fringe. You know, that really got things going. That must have pleased you.
Yes, it was. It was nice. It was really. It was. You know, it was really the only shot I really had. I've had it before, and I'm quite comfortable with it, with the 5-wood. And you know, obviously, it goes in. It's a little bit of a bonus, but you know, I felt good over it, and it got me going. You know, made two more birdies after that on 10 and 11. And kind of put me in a good position to kind of try to finish it off.
And what's it like with this crowd on your back? How much help were they?
Yeah, no, the people were unbelievable. They were amazing. So many people came out and supported, and you know, it was really a treat. And you know, but I want to dedicate this one to my wife Angela and our little baby coming in next year in March. So I think they both deserve it very much. So this one is for them.
Well, it's another credible performance around here. What is the key to winning around Valderrama?
You have to be very patient. You have to love the place. You obviously have to stay extremely patient. Make sure that you know you're gonna get some not great breaks like 1 on 8 and some better ones. So you just gotta deal with them and you know, make sure you keep going, you keep moving forward.
Congratulations, Sergio Garcia. You're the 2017 Andalucia Masters champion. Just like lift that trophy one more time, give it a wee kiss.
Thanks.
To watch another European Tour video, click here, and to subscribe, click here.